Hello, fellow star stuff. Nothing is working today on my computer. Hello. I hope you all have been doing well. Let me. I guess I have to manually do this instead. I have to go over to this one, and then I have to click back into the game. Okay. Yay. 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 Let me know how the sound is. I put it at a slightly, I think it's a little bit too low. Maybe I'll change it just a tad. Hold on. Here should be fine, I think. Well, actually, a little bit one more here. Okay. This should be fine, I think. But hello, fellow star stuff. Hello, welcome on in, everyone. I hope you've been doing well. I am desperately trying to make sure that my computer does not explode because I haven't done any of the setup that I needed to do in the time since. So hello Black Blue, welcome on in. Hello. Feels like it's been a long time since I've tuned into a stream. It's been a little bit. I mean, we had a few streams a little bit. It's just that I've been in and out of feeling sick, so there is that. But hello Kadensha, I hope you've been doing well. Hello, ironic, I'm in the middle of building a brand new PC. Ooh, nice. Nice. I hope you have fun with it. I don't know anything about building PCs. I did not build this PC. I paid somebody else to do this because I was like, no. But I hope you have fun. I know a lot of people really enjoy the process. So, but also welcome on in, Albert. I hope you've been doing well. So, hope you're feeling better. I am feeling a little bit better at the very least, so not a lot of issues there. I apologize for being a little late for stream. So what happened during the time that I took off, a little bit of time that I took off, I bought or a new interface, a new audio interface that I had bought came in the mail. Up until this point, I've been using, like, I think the original Scarlett Solo. Like, this is old. This is old. And I bought a new one, and I was like, cool, I'll switch over to this one, and maybe I'll just do, like, a little bit every day to set up. Ever 17 does not work with the new interface. I can't get it to route through it. I can't get the sound to route through. It's not going to work with OBS. It's not going to work with my microphone, unfortunately. So, unfortunately, that just means that we're going to have to stick with this one until, I guess, this playthrough is done, and then pray to God that 11 is going to work as well with the new one. We'll see how that goes. It's an issue with, like, old executable files, essentially, with this brand new interface. It's just not gonna route properly. So it is what it is. It do what it be. So I had to spend some time, like, retracing my steps because everything is on fire, and I was like, I don't know what I changed during the troubleshooting process. I hope it's okay. It seems to be all right now, but let me know how the audio is, because there was no time to test any audio beforehand. So but yes, we are back with some more Ever 17. We're in I have a new model, obviously, but more importantly, we have a new kind of setup here. So I think that the text box is going to be cut off slightly by the chat, and I will see if it's really egregious. Maybe I'll switch to the other one, the other screen that I have. But if not, I'm just going to keep this for this one here, and hope for the best. Hope for the best. And next time I'll probably change some things to make it a little bit more bearable. But let me go over and continue. Takeshi's silent last supper. Soon Coco, Pipi, and I were left to get food. We took the emergency stairs. Also, nobody's showing up here anymore. I don't know if that's an issue with me or... Hopefully not. Anyway. Anyway. Alright. I was just at the store and just said, F it, bought a new everything, and instead of just some parts, new monitors too. Ooh, nice. That's good. I love it when there's like a complete overhaul in, like, systems too. It's nice where it's just like, I'm not just it feels like this is a brand new setup. I feel like I really wanna do this and, like, have a clean slate. So I get that. Quick Lotus save where Sara is singing no, because I don't want my computer to die. It's already struggling enough. It's already suffering enough. Audio sounds good. That's good. All right. What was the time of all time? Last time Tsugumi killed a hamster. Tsugumi killed a hamster, and I was like, what the fuck? But she did that, and it came back to life, fortunately, and then we learned a little bit more about her. I went back to Never 7, and I was correct. The Julia girl, she was the girl in the story from Never 7. And I'm guessing, because there's a lot of people who have played Ever 17, for example, but haven't played Never 7. Like, the crossover there is not complete. So I'm guessing maybe that's the only instance of overlap between the two games. I don't think it really relates to Courie Syndrome, although I guess you could argue now that Courie Syndrome is real and true and Izumi was right. Hate that. Hate that. Hate everything that stands for, but okay. But otherwise, I would say that it's more so just like, hey, she was supposed to die and she didn't die, and that's caused her a lot of suffering. So otherwise, it seems like, honestly, unless something really major happens at the end here, it really does feel like we're gonna die here. It really does feel like in this timeline we are going to die, which kind of sucks. Well, we'll be honest. With Sada, that never happens. I mean, it technically did. Don't worry about that. It technically did, but like it never ever happens with Sada. I guess with Coco, just bad vibes. We're all gonna die now. We're all gonna die. So. Am I missing anything else per se? It was just more of a lot of theming around that. It was a shorter stream. Yeah, it was a shorter stream because I was tired that day, and I remember like that whole last scene I had to rewatch that on my own time because I was like I feel like I fell asleep. I feel like I fell asleep there. So I went back and I had to rewatch it to refresh my memory. But yes, we're getting a food party together because might as well. I don't know if Sora can do anything about this. Otherwise, we're just gonna suffer. So. But yes, I believe that's it. We can get into the game. Soon, Coco, Pipi, and I left to get food. We took the emergency stairs. La 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 la. Voicing Coco. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. Woof. As we climbed the stairs, Coco sang some crazy song. You seem like you're in a good mood, Coco. I'm not.
Well, you know, I just get excited sometimes. Looks like we've come to the climax. Are we gonna die or not? Who's to say, really? The damsel in distress is in a pinch, and Waltzes are dashing hero. In Waltzes are dashing hero. There we go. Young lady, are you alright? Are you not injured? And there's our masked villain. I can't forgive you for this, you evil scoundrels! By using my neutrino energy power, I'll kill you! Hiya! Oh, I can pretend, can't I?
Whatever, I don't know. You could do whatever, it's fine.
Huh? Takepon? Are you fed up with me?
I watched a girl kill a hamster right in front of me. I'm out of it. No! No!
You think I'm just a silly girl, don't you? So sad. But you want me to see what kind... But you want to see what kind of parents could have raised me.
I really want to know. Genuinely, yeah. No, it's not like that at all. I mussed up her hair affectionately.
If I were in a pinch like that, I'm sure someone would come to my rescue. I just can't help but think about how wonderful that would be. You know? What's wrong with dreaming like that?
Yeah, you're right. You know, to tell you the truth, I'm thinking the same way. I think that someone might come to rescue us. I don't know about the neutrino stuff, though.
Yeah, you're right.
We wanted to believe that a hero was on the way. And again, in the kid route, we never saw what actually happened. They were whispering about the Himmel door, and then it was like, hey, we found a way to escape. So it's like, did the Himmel door have something behind it, perhaps? And maybe Sada's pendant was the only thing that could open the door, because that's the only real major difference, I would say, between this route and the other route. And that went for Coco, Pipi, and me, too. We reached the second floor. We turned down the corridor and entered the souvenir shop. Someone had beaten us there.
Hey, is that you? Tsugumi?
Yes. I was shocked to see her. Like, truly shocked. I totally blanked and went speechless. Is there a reason I shouldn't be here? You kind of scarred me for life. I mean, it's not that you shouldn't be here. It's just, you know, I'm kind of going through it right now. Tsugumi spit out her words coldly. It was the typical way she talked.
No, not at all. Tsugumi, how about you help us out?
Well, alright. I suppose I don't really have a choice. Tsugumi nodded reluctantly. So what do I do, Coco?
Well, let's see.
Tsugumi glanced at me. She didn't say anything and looked away quickly. Her eyes seemed dead. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling right about now. Thinking about it made me sad. 1 hour later with the friggin' goofy music. Alright. But yeah, I guess just things are awkward between them because, you know, I kind of learned that Tsugumi is immortal and she went through a lot of trauma. She saw a lot of people around her die. She didn't die. So, you know, it's kind of a blessing and a curse in of itself. But a lot of people around her died. She went through some really messed up stuff. Again, I'm guessing that's related to everything else that's going on with Kid and Sada, that same facility that's probably connected to Limu, probably connected to the pharmaceutical company somehow, some way. You know, different things like that. One hour later, we began our party in an elevated part of the rest area. Even without alcohol, the party was lively. The Kid and I distributed the snacks and drinks to everyone. It was then that you volunteered to provide some entertainment. First, she performed an impersonation of a strange old archaeologist, there we go, who had a talent for cracking a whip. There we go. All right, fine, fair enough. Then Coco came out in a makeshift sumo outfit and stomped her feet on the stage. Sora kept busy filling the room with hologram projections of rainbows just to be helpful. I guess it's low effort and she can just do that while she, you know, desperately tries to find a solution to this. The rainbow-colored bubbles that floated from the water surface through the air were particularly pretty. After that, Tsugumi joined us. She added a little magic to the show as she dropped her hamster in her skirt pocket only to have it reappear in her breast pocket. That's not magic. I mean, I guess you trained the hamster that you killed, by the way, to do that. That's not really magic, but okay. That really impressed the crowd. Okay. Although I knew about her hamster, Chami, many didn't know that Tsugumi kept a pet. Oh, I see. That's why. Then the Kid and I performed a comedy skit. Why did you do that? We pulled out one-liners and impromptu gags, which got huge laughs from everyone. Again, one of the things about this game is that relatively the pacing is pretty good overall. In some ways, I wish I could have seen that. I wish, you know how like in the Ida Somnium Files side game, there's like side stories in which you can go see them if you want. Somehow I wish that was a side thing. Is like I could see what jokes were they saying specifically. I kind of want to see that. But otherwise, I would say this is good. Thank you very much. Thanks. Kid and I exited the stage to thunderous applause.
That was great!
That was absolutely wonderful. Better than I expected. Those two were perfect together. Yeah, it's almost like we're clones of each other. What? No, I wouldn't say anything. No, thank you. I guess that means also as well, if that's real, if Courie syndrome and that whole story is technically real, even if Courie may or may not be complete bullshit, if that story is real, then where does that take place on the timeline? I know that if they went into a side story and took time to lighten the mood, you would have too much time to forget that he crushed a hamster. Yeah, that is true. That is true. You would have too much time in between. You'd be like, oh, look at all these Bonnie moments. Oh, look at that. Tsugumi, you killed a hamster, by the way. Yeah, so I was gonna say, like, timeline-wise, we know that I still think that this game takes place after Never 7. That would still work, right? Where everything that in her childhood happened, essentially. And then the events of Never 7 happened. Let's say like a year or two later, Izumi learns about like, hey, there was this girl in America. Did you know? All that other stuff. And then later is when this game takes place. Because obviously she's grown up now. So I think that works. I guess you could argue technically that Never 7 maybe takes place years later. But I don't know. With all the high-tech stuff... Like, one of my favorite Never 7 scenes is the scene where Makoto crashes out so hard. He goes to a payphone and starts calling people all around the country and is like, what day and time is it, man? I need to know. It's one of my favorite scenes. But, like, we didn't have anything high-tech. Again, like a payphone, different things like that. We didn't have anything high-tech. So I think it's Never 7 and then Never 17, timeline-wise. No, thank you. Thank you. Actually, I was surprised that you poked fun at yourself using the truth about you losing your memory as a gag. Well, that's just how the skit flowed. It fit perfectly into our act. Yeah, I guess you're right. Well, it looks like I've got nothing more to teach you, so go ahead and follow in my comedy footsteps. Sorry, I've already forgotten everything you taught me. Well, that's too bad. You should have at least taken notes. Notes! But never fear, I ain't taught you nothing yet. Is that so? And that was about it. The party gradually wound down. I then took a trip back to the tuna sandwich stand and brought sandwiches back for everyone. We all munched on hot sandwiches. These are so good. It wasn't exactly the ideal breakfast food. Everyone happily downed their meals. Food. If Limu collapsed soon, I thought that could have been everyone's last meal. Everyone understood that, yet said nothing. No. Everyone understood, which is why they said nothing. Tsugumi. After finishing my sandwich, I got up the nerve to speak to Tsugumi. What? What do you want, Takeshi? Tsugumi crouched on the stage. I was crouched beside her and looked to see what she was doing. I mean, at this point, we're entirely on the Tsugumi route, right? At this point, we're entirely here, so why is it not, hold on, if I save, why is it not just saying it? I guess it doesn't matter or something? Maybe it's just like, hey, like maybe the Sora route and then the Tsugumi route are closely intertwined. I don't think that they're clones anymore, thank goodness. Thank goodness. But maybe they're just like completely intertwined, so it's like we didn't label them as we did with the Sada route, where it was like kid, wasn't it? Yeah, kid Sada purification, for example. Okay. There, Tsugumi was drawing something on the stage with a thick marker. As usual, Tsugumi didn't look at me. Well, it's... She stopped scribbling for a moment. I decided to come out and say what I had to say. About yesterday. I'm sorry. I don't know what to say, but also, how's the... It might block a really big chunk of text, but I guess chat is alright there for now, maybe. It's also a little bit slow. Oopsie daisy. I need to fix that on my end. But otherwise, it's alright, I guess. I don't know. I'll see what I can do off stream when I find the inevitable time to fix that, because I don't want it to kind of block for other people. I would hope so. I sometimes think about how Payphone by Maroon 5 is a song about an object foreign to Zoomers in Gen Alpha, and it's the same as him singing about I'm at a telegram. I guess that is true, isn't it? Yeah, I guess. It's so weird. There's no more payphones anymore. Like I talked about this before. Like I had grown up or spent some time in New York, so obviously New York is New York, so there were payphones everywhere. even when they went out of style, there were payphones everywhere. But now the idea of like getting rid of them is like so crazy. So crazy. So I think you can leave her route, but it's been a while since I played it, so I'm not sure. Okay, so you could still get things wrong here. That's what it is. Oh, you know what? Vaguely, maybe this is... Because I think Coco's route is somehow tied to this, but you can't... I don't think I can do Coco's route right now, right? I think I have to do other things first. But if, like, you can technically leave to go to Coco's route, and that's why it's not labeled. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that would make sense then. Also, I have to make sure to get the guide up in case I die. In case I die and choose the wrong thing, and otherwise Sora's gonna be like, I love you, Takeshi, did you know that? It's like, sorry about that. There are still payphones, a bit more sparse, but still around. I guess there are, it's just I haven't seen them in so long, so it's like, there definitely aren't as many as there were before. Because, like, I don't know, I still, like, will go up to New York occasionally, sometimes, once in a blue moon. And it's not the same. It's not the same. So I don't see them as much anymore. What is it? I don't really know about what you're talking about. Tsugumi was curt in her response. Tsugumi, you're joking, right? There's no way you could have forgotten. I know I haven't. It's not something you can just simply forget about. You killed something! Tsugumi, did you know that? I know, lay off me. I realize it's not something you can talk about casually, but Her eyes wandered around the room for a moment. Then she looked down again at the scribble she had been drawing. I don't really care. I don't care about what happened yesterday. So would you please stop talking about it? Don't say anything. Tsugumi went back to her drawing on the stage floor. I'm trying to think of a way to get out of here too. So don't bother me. Tsugumi refused to look at me as she spoke. After that, I felt a little put off. Okay. I stood up and left her there. I walked over to where Sora was. Hey, Sora. Hello. What may I help you with, Kuranari-san? Sora smiled softly as she looked at me. Yeah, sure. It's kind of like how there were 3K Sears stores and now there's only 5 in the US. I was just reading a Wikipedia article on this the other day. What was it? Somebody brought up Kmart to me, and I saw how Kmart, you know, Kmart is Kmart now. And then I got redirected into the Sears Wikipedia article, and I was just reading about it. I was like, how are there only 5 left? That's crazy. I was just reading about it yesterday, I think. Oh man, again, it's just like memories of a distant time. And it's like they were everywhere. They were everywhere. And now they're not. They're not. It's more like childhood nostalgia, I guess, for me, personally, where it's like, yeah, I vaguely remember this thing more so than any sort of like, wow, I loved shopping at Sears. I kind of didn't. But it's something like that, you know. So. Kmart, now that is a blast from the past. Sears too. Yeah. It's crazy, man, because it's like they were, like, everyone that I knew shopped at, well, Kmart sometimes, but like Sears especially, they shopped at Sears, and it's like, it's kind of crazy to think there's only 5 now. How is that possible? How is that possible? I guess bad business decisions. Who's to say? Wait, did a scene happen? Did a scene happen? It was centered out of this version, or are they talking about Chami getting squished? They were talking about Chami. Well, in a broader context of things, they were talking about how it's like, hey, you're immortal and like suffering. Isn't that kind of crazy? Like you had a bad experience. But yes, they were including the whole Chami situation, everything that happened last time. So it's the fun of realizing memories of ancient times that were only like a couple of decades ago. Yeah, I'm so old. Oh, my bones, they're crumbling to dust. Sora smiled softly when she looked at me. Nothing much. I just have a lot on my mind about how there are only 5 Sears shops left in the world. I know, it's pretty crazy, right? Yeah. Right now, Limith is handling operations and will alert me if any trouble arises. Limith is also currently continuing investigation of means of escape, as well as communication with the outside world. Please, do not worry. Thanks, Sora. That helps. Can I ask you what time it is? I need to set it on my... No problem. The current time is... Hold on for a second. I took my PDA from my pocket. Just then... Excuse me. That's not your voice. Excuse me. Sora? Yes. Komachi-san. What is on your mind? Tsugumi was suddenly standing right between Sora and me. Her smile seemed just a little forced. There's something I want to talk to you. There's something I want to talk to you about. Alone. What was the time? Tell me the time. How much time do I have until we all die? Tell me the time. Okay. In private. Yes, please. Actually, I have a proposal. An idea on how to escape from here. Okay. Yes, really? Have you come up with a good method? Yes. I might be able to help in some way. What I want to hear from you is whether or not my idea is feasible. Huh? Hey, Tsugumi, hold on. Sora is... Shut up, Takashi. Shut up. Alright, fine. Sorry about that. Tsugumi held out her hand as if stopping my mouth in one motion. I want to speak to Sora, alone. Surely you don't mind. Of course. Then we will speak in the central control room. Alright, let's go then. The two got down from the stage and set off with very serious looks on their faces. Hey, wait, you two! What about us? Why can't you just talk here? Takeshi! Tsugumi turned around and shot a sharp glare at me. I wonder if she's gonna do something like maybe try and sacrifice herself somehow, some way. Because she's like, I can't... Well, part of it is like, I want to die, and like, if this could kill me, like, we can try. We can sure try. But otherwise, it's like, well, I'm not gonna die anyway, so maybe she's gonna try and possibly do that. I don't know. I don't know what she's thinking. She was looking at the Hemo door earlier, so it's like, maybe she knows something about it? Possibly? I know that, friggin' Kid had a memory of the facility, and that he was experimented on, like, that location. And he thought it was very similar to this place, essentially. But I don't know if it's the exact same place or if he was just having a memory. Me still reeling about the fact that the Wii U is considered retro now. I missed out on the Wii U generation. That was not my thing. But it is kind of crazy just like knowing that that's like the Wii U is considered retro. It's like it just came out to me, especially as someone who never had it and like was not involved in it. It's like it was just around, and then the Switch happened, and we're still on the Switch. And we just have a Switch too, but we're still on the Switch. So it's like how does that work? So, oh man, the passage of time. I guess like gaming life cycles are relatively short given like advancements, so that makes sense. But also, I feel so old. I feel so old. There's a horror visual novel called Haishin where it explores an ancient ruin, and it's just a 2000s shopping mall. I guess I don't know, for babies, that's scary. A shopping mall and social interaction, maybe it's scary. I mean, liminal horror works really well in like shopping malls and things like that. So I wouldn't say that's the worst idea in the world, but you know. Tsugumi turned around and shot a sharp glare at me. Her eyes were like ice. I told you to shut up, didn't I? Sora and Tsugumi turned their backs to me and left together. The room suddenly fell silent. What the hell? What the hell is going on here? I felt alone. Balling up the sandwich wrapper, I threw it as hard as I could. Splash. The wrapper fell into the water, creating a series of ripples. Kuranari! What do you think you're doing? I like how she says his name. Kuranari! Like, she always says it in that, like, same particular way. You shouldn't litter, you know. You picked up the wrapper out of the water and twisted it around her finger. Who cares? It doesn't matter at this point anyway. Not that again. Quit your sulking, pal. I'm not sulking. If you say so. You shrugged and let out a deep sigh. All right. I glanced over to the corner of the room and saw Coco and Kid climbing a statue. Again? They're doing the same thing again? Looking over at them. You and I sat down on the circular stage. The reason is totally obvious. You don't have to say anything. Even if you look fine, I know it's just for show. I know you're depressed, Kuranari. What? Because, I mean, it isn't like that at all. What's this because? Obviously you're hiding something. You said because. That's a little strange, don't you think? Come on, try to prove me wrong. I was pretending I was fine. Maybe this is the scene where you're actually tell us like, hey, I just had some like thoughts about Tsugumi because I did her surgery. Maybe this is where she's gonna say it. Even I knew the reason was obvious. I was worried about her. You let out another fake sigh again. Well, if you're not gonna tell me, do you mind if I ask a question? Go ahead. As you wish. That time, I was the one to sigh. Okay, here I go. Well, hurry up already. What are you so angry about? I'm not angry about anything. Alright. The Kid and Pee-Pee were playing sumo. Coco was the referee. I was watching them as you spoke. Hey, Kuranari. About Tsugumi's injury. Yes, indeed. Okay, this. You're gonna confirm, I guess further confirm, like, hey, she healed really quickly, don't you think? That's kind of wild. Fair enough. Also, thank you so much for the hydrate. I will do so right now. I have to go around. I don't know what happens again to my monitors. I have to go around here to the other monitor, and then down here over to this monitor, and then by going over here and pressing the unmute button, and that will mute the game, so I have to go back over here and then make sure to press this. Yay. Yay. Thank you again for the hydrate. I really appreciate it. Is the fact that they treated it like a ruin where you go, like Aztec temple, ancient pyramid, or a lost civilization. I guess it is technically lost now. That is the sad thing. It's like they were there just the other day. Again, it's like another serious situation. It's like they were there just the other day. What happened? What happened? But no, it's a fucking base use or something. So audio cut out after you started to hydrate for some reason. That's the head up. That's intentional. Yep, it's intentional. It's intentional. No gulping sounds. No. So it just I have to talk myself through the systems because otherwise I can't. And my buttons aren't working, so I have to troubleshoot that later. So about Tsugumi's injury. It's healing really quickly. She didn't even need stitches, you know. Tsugumi just seems like she leads a normal life, just like you and me. And I try not to worry too much about her and just accept things as I see them, but that just isn't normal. She looked down at her feet when she spoke. Have you heard about Tsugumi's condition? No, I haven't. Wait, I might have. You can be really vague sometimes, you know? Which one is it? I'm sorry, I forgot. You forgot? So you're one of those indecisive types of guys, hmm? Come on, say something. I was silent. I figured it was something just between Tsugumi and me. And I didn't really know enough about her condition to say, yeah, I know something. I was still having a difficult time believing the whole thing. Even when I saw it with my own eyes, part of my brain refused to accept it. Let's just drop it. Oh, so she was asking me, like, hey, did you know anything about it? I thought she was gonna say, like, hey, by the way, I know about her condition. Because she's just somehow in the know. Maybe she doesn't know then. It's a really rare condition. Obviously, it reached Izumi, but, you know, I guess it didn't reach you, so. Let's just drop it. You really forgot, didn't you? Well, I guess there's nothing we can do about it. How come you asked me about it? I wonder why. You said that sarcastically, playing dumb. And then a serious look formed on her face. The truth is, when I was looking at Limith, I came upon some interesting information in the medical database. Interesting information in the medical database? Oh, right, when you were hacking that one time. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll probably change chat a little bit, because, like, you can't see the bottom of the thing. I guess I could... What could I do? Hold on. If I go over here... This is going to make it a little bit smaller. I didn't want to do this, per se, but, like, if I go over here... And then, like this. There you go. There you go. I can move this over here, so it's a little bit better. So there you can see the bottom. Again, I'll workshop it off stream, but I want people to at least be able to see if they want to. There you go. All right, back to the game. What interesting information? It was from the Leblich Pharmaceuticals database. This is not your voice. It was from the Leblich Pharmaceuticals database. Leblich Pharmaceuticals database? I think they use it during treatments in the infirmary, but... Koko and Pipi. I could hear the splashes from their running echo. When I scoured the database, I couldn't believe what I read. A body that doesn't grow old. Alright, there we go. There we go. So it is Leblich. Not surprising, but... Probably would be more surprising if I hadn't played Zeroscape. So. A mutated body type because of a virus. It shakes the foundations of modern science. And yet, somehow, Izumi heard about it. I mean, she didn't hear about Tsugumi, so, I mean, to be fair, there is that. I might have found something related to Tsugumi's condition. In the database, I searched through a number of old medical records. I found one that mirrors Tsugumi's condition. Generally speaking, the number of known cases of this virus is very small. What? Hey, hold on. How come Limu has that kind of information? Could make chat a little bit smaller. I can't. I can't, because this is, like, built into the, like, the actual, like, letter thing. It's built into the the stream, the stream display, if that makes sense. So I literally can't without changing the way that it looks, and then I have to change everything else around it, and it's like, I don't wanna. I don't wanna do that. I'd rather just make it the screen a little bit smaller. So if it's easier for you to pronounce, I believe it's more accurate to say Le Bleak. I'm not gonna remember that. I'm not gonna remember that. I think I don't know if it was you or somebody else came in and said something similar. I tried to remember. I'm not gonna remember, but I appreciate it. I would try my best here. How come Limu has that kind of information? I don't know. Why ask me? Well, your dad works here. All I know is that data and the name of the virus. The name of the virus. Yeah, the name. It's called... not Courie syndrome, right? Because that's something different, hee hee ha ha. Oh my god! No! Oh... Ow. Okay. Okay. I pondered that word for a moment. I feel like I'm gonna cough up blood. Just then, everyone, we've got trouble. The kid came running into a room yelling. Kid, where the heck did you go? Trouble? What do you mean? I wish you could see the tears that are coming out of my eyes right now because I'm literally crying. No, oh my god. Okay, I'm not crying. Like, I'm not sobbing, but I am crying. I can't believe it. All right. Come on, we've got to go and stop it. The kid was breathing heavily, yelling between breaths. Stop what? Hey, explain what's going on. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember this at all. This will hit differently. This is, I mean, it's definitely a thing that would hit differently, I guess, if you played Never 7 and know about Never 7. Because we spent a whole route with her. It's the most interesting part of the game until you know, it wasn't. Until it wasn't. But we spent a whole route with Izumi trying to figure out your delusions and your reality, and did you know you can live and die forever, and that's the thing that must be done. So it just hurts. It just hurts me physically.
What happened?
Woof. Coco and Pee came over to see what all the commotion was about. The central control room. Sora and Tsugumi were gone for such a long time. I went to go find them. And I found them fighting. I just couldn't watch, so this is bad news. At a time like this.
Let's go. We gotta stop them.
Yeah, we better hurry. Bow wow! And Pee was here too. 1:27 p.m. The kid, Coco, Pee, you, and I. We sped along the wet floor to the central control room.
Sora. Tsugumi!
I pushed the button to open the door. In this translation as well, it's nice because they did the French E, which is what it was actually based off of. In the other, like, official translation that's out now on Steam, they said cure, and I was like, is that accurate to the way that they're saying it? Because it was a little bit different. Yeah, it was technically cure. I don't think they had the E like that all the time. So. We burst into the room. Tsugumi and Sora were in the middle of an argument so intense that it seemed like they might start going at it hand to hand. Even though one of them is a hologram, so how's that gonna work? I'm guessing it's about the experiments. If you have data on Tsugumi, then you know. Then it's like, hey, what do you know? Because I think she asked this earlier as well. It's like, what do you know about me? And Sora was like, nothing? Question mark? I was like, okay, fine. Neither one would budge. They just glared at one another. It looked as though they had been fighting for several minutes. The room was filled with tension. Beneath us. There aren't any floors beneath Dredder Stock. We can't go any farther. Liar. You're lying. I saw down from Quail, borrowing your eyes. I was able to access Nemeth. It took a while though. Oh, okay. Is that why you trashed the system or something? No, that was the time that you went missing. Yeah, okay. I finally got proof. There is another floor under Limo. No, there's another facility other than Limo, and it's right below us. Really far down. I'm right, aren't I? I can't answer that question. Who's down there? Is it no one down there? Or like the experiment, the scientists, are they down there? What are you talking about? Okay. Let me put this, turn this down a little on my end here. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be cure, though pronounce it as Courie because Japanese people can't pronounce it as E. I don't, my thing was that it was that it would be a little bit different. There was something about the way that they said it before. I was like, I don't think this is how you would say, if you were to like actually do the katakana and like transcribe it, I don't think this is actually how they would say it. So it's like, it was a little bit different. So I think it is meant to be Courie because what was it? I don't know. Something, there's a whole conversation we had in Never 7. I can't remember specifically the specifics behind it, but it's like, it is, oh yeah, she specifically said like Courie, as in not the English word for cure, but the French word specifically. So it is supposed to be Courie. So it's a little bit different. You might think Sora can't throw hands until you find out that she found a column body. Until you find out that she actually has a Cockney accent and can speak in that. Did you know about the Chinese room? Let me tell you about the Chinese room. And it's like, okay. All right, Sora, calm down. They did specifically say in Never 7 that it's 2 different pronunciations, not just cure. Yeah, that's how I remember it as well. It's like a very specific thing that she brought up later. And then I think as well, before that point, Black Blue, I think it was you who brought up that like, yeah, it is actually a word in French, and that's specifically how it is. So, don't tell me that. Just answer me. I did a Turing test and I found out that you really are AI. As long as you aren't blocked by protection routine, you have to answer humans honestly, right? Fuck that. No, I don't. She's been lying this whole time, I guess. So probably not. That's part of your functioning. It isn't possible to get there using normal elevators. The only way there is through a locked door. That room. Himmel. That's your name, isn't it, Sora? That's her name? Heaven? Or the name of the pod facility? We aren't getting anywhere just sitting around. We're fighting against time. The truth is behind that door. So maybe all this happened when the kid was sleeping with a fever? Maybe, perhaps? Tell us the password to that door. The one leading to Himmel, Sora. It is true. Himmel in German means sky, my name. Oh, well, Google Translate told me something different. Okay. Google Translate had told me something different. I thought it meant heaven specifically, but okay. But, Komachi-san, I don't have the security access to open that door. I'm sorry. That's a lie. It is not. Some AI you are. You think I'm stupid? You think you can fool me? It is not a lie. I am telling the truth. I don't have any information about what's behind that door. Huh?
Stop it!
That's not your voice.
It's me, I'm Coco, stop it!
Kind of hard to be angry at that voice. Coco jumped between them.
Stop it, both of you!
Both of them flinched for a moment, but continued to look bitter. Coco-chan. Coco.
Stop it, okay? Please?
Coco-chan, this is between Komachi-san and I. Get back, Coco, or I'm really going to get mad.
Why? Tsugumi, Sora-san, stop it! Why are you arguing?
This isn't an argument. It's not an argument. We're not fighting. Don't worry. Sure. And likes twice cooked pork. How did she do a Turing test? That's not the kind of thing you just run in the background and wait for a yes or no answer. I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't know what a Turing test entirely is, to be honest. But she did it. She did it. Don't worry about it. It's like, okay, sure, you did whatever. Maybe in the background, again, when she was hacking into the mainframe of the system. No, that was you, wasn't it? You was hacking into the mainframe. So when did you find the time to do that? Okay, well, it's fine. It's fine. She's been around. Oh, she was running somewhere. She was running somewhere at one point, and she, like, ran past us. So maybe it was part of that as well. Also, if anything, Sora would probably pass the Turing test with indistinguishable answers from humans. The fact that she's an AI really isn't characterized in her personality. Yeah, I mean, typical like sci-fi story. Like she's basically human in this particular context. So it's like it's not even like I don't know like why did you even need to test her? She's also been acting really suspicious at this point. So it's like yeah, I'm sure that she threw around one or two lies in there, just for good measure. I don't know if she's lying about this specifically right now, but she's basically human. She's basically human, so. This isn't an argument. We aren't.
You're lying. It's a lie. We shouldn't be fighting.
Large tears welled and flowed from Coco's eyes. The tears had a freezing effect on Sora and Tsugumi. I don't have it in me. Coco, don't start crying, please. Please. Coco started gasping. She suddenly ran to the corner of the console. Or rather, fell there. She leaned against the console, barely able to support herself. Coco's body was shaking slightly. Her lips trembled. I could see that her lips had rapidly gone pale. It was different than crying. Coco? Hey, what's up with you all of a sudden? What the... Coco's lips were suddenly stained red. Coco! The kid opened his eyes wide, looking shocked. I don't know what's happening. Are you fading out of existence? Are you dying? Or do you just have like a normal terminal illness? Do you just have that instead? You know, a very normal one to have. Or are you just one of the experiments? Or like what? I don't know what's happening right now. Let me get this just in case. Yay, a CG of Coco dying. Yay. Coco! Blood was flowing onto the floor of the control room. It wouldn't stop. It kept falling from her mouth. What's happening? Coco-chan. Coco shook her head and trembled violently. She had her hand to her mouth, desperately trying not to cough. It can't be! It can't be what? These symptoms are... Sora looked as if she was about to panic. Symptoms? Who cares about symptoms? Tsugumi screamed furiously. Can't you tell? This keeps up. Coco's going to... Coco, hang in there! Kanari, what are we going to do? Wait, don't panic. Everyone just calm down. I screamed out in a loud voice to everyone. Calm down! Calm down! Oh wait, maybe I need to calm down too. Everyone took deep breaths, trying to settle down. Coco, just relax. You're going to be okay.
I'm all right. Takeo.
Steadying her trembling eyes, Coco looked at me firmly. All right, okay. Good girl. Now hang on to me, Coco. I turned around and thrust out my back toward her. Can you get up?
Yeah.
PB looked up at Coco worriedly. Turing test is a hypothetical test that Alan Turing theorized that could prove if an AI had actual sentience or not just artificial. Oh, okay, I see. Basically, the concept that if an AI passes the test, the person who administers it cannot tell the difference between an AI and a human. You know what? not the type of game that I would want to be thinking about right now. But you know what? I have a vague memory of you bringing up the exact same thing during Neocab. I don't know if you remember this, Black Blue, but the two tech bros that came into the cab and like were asking the most like insane questions to the player, to the taxi driver, and trying to see if we were human or not. That's where I remember it from, actually. I see. Okay, like kind of like that. Maybe not as insane, but kind of like that. Yeah. I completely forgot about this. This is crazy because, like, I know, like, Cadentia and, like, Albert, I know you two are familiar with the game. So, like, to me, this is, like, kind of wild, kind of crazy. I can't imagine, like, finishing this game and forgetting about scenes like this unless there's something that happens later on that's even crazier than this. You know, something that happens that's even more insane than this. So I imagine that must be the case. In which case, what? Fifi looked at Coco worriedly. We're going to the infirmary on Twitter. Okay. Woof, woof. I realized that I was holding on to Coco. We were rushing up to Svetoslav, some 17 meters above us. I held Coco on my back, with you and Tsugumi supporting her from the sides. Sora led the way, and the kid brought up the rear. We emerged at the second floor emergency corridor. Which way is it, left or right? Straight ahead. Okay. Don't run so fast. Stop shaking her so much. I know, just pipe down, would you? Coco was groaning in pain on my back. But I could still make it. There was no way I was going to fail. I wasn't going to say it's no use, we're too late. I wasn't going to let anyone else say it either. As long as there was some hope left, I wouldn't give up. I also forgot to set my timer for this. We have 8 minutes until thing. Okay. I took a shortcut to the nearest elevator and rushed Coco to the infirmary. 1:50 p.m. I'm going to scan her, so put her on the table. You pointed to the LMRI. Tsugumi and I laid Coco down on the flat table. Coco continued to breathe in her short, shallow manner. Although she had stopped coughing up blood, she seemed to be in a lot of pain. Her body lay still. The arm of the LMRI came to life and started a laser scan. The kid came up to the side of the table and stared at Coco, looking as if he would burst into tears. I would love to know what like the kid is experiencing right now, because obviously this isn't his sister, but like when something happened to Sara last time with Tsugumi, like he freaked out. He was like, don't talk to her that way, you know? Like he freaked out. So it's like, what memories do you have right now of being like a big brother and being worried and concerned about your little sister kind of in this very similar way, you know? Or do you have any memories at all? I guess he's not seeing anything. He just doesn't have that memory at all. Sora, put the results up on the screen so everyone can see them. Okay. Suddenly, a few holographic windows appeared in the air. Images, including a thermal scan, ultrasound analysis, cross-sectional representations of her body, and a laser sampling, were all displayed one after another. Of course, none of us were doctors, so we didn't know. So there was little we could do to understand her condition by looking at the pictures. All we could do was wait for the scanning equipment and Lima's systems to give us an answer. We stared as the images flashed on by the screen and prayed. Then, the results suddenly appeared. Tief Blau, 2017, revision 17. Tief Blau. Tief Blau? Huh? What'd you say? No. Sora hurriedly shut down the holographic window. She bit her lip and stared down in shock. Her expression showed how serious the situation was. Sora? What's wrong, Sora? If you don't tell us, we don't know what's going on. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. What don't you believe? Coco-chan has been infected. So are you saying there's a separate virus that we have to watch out for? Is that what you're saying? What? Sora was unable to suppress her agitation and opened her mouth hesitantly. Tief Blau. Can't wait for this to be brought up in Remember 11. Can't wait for it. It is a powerful virus with a very high mortality rate. Tief Blau. Okay, so all we have to do, Tsugumi, all you have to do is just give her a little bit of your blood, and she'll live forever. It'll be fine. That's all you have to do. If we really don't want her to die. Tief Blau. I mean, not that it's like, wow, just one and done. Like, this is so simple. There's a lot of implications surrounding that, I will say. But, is ultimately, if we don't want her to die, we'll do everything in our power to let her live. And if we don't want her to die, Tsugumi will help. So, Tief Blau. Tief Blau. A virus that, I don't know if it's Tief Blue or Tief Blau. I don't French. A virus that was totally different than the one Tsugumi had. Coco! The kid ran over to Coco's side and held onto the table. Coco, hold on! No, don't you die on me! He held onto Coco's arm as she lay there unconscious. Open your eyes, Coco! Please, wake up! The kid grabbed hold of Coco's shoulders and shook her violently. Hey, cut it out! Stop it, kid! I pried his hands off Coco and pulled him away from her. What are you doing? Jackass, calm the hell down! What do you think that's gonna accomplish, huh? But Coco's gonna... She's gonna... If we don't do anything, Coco's going to die! The kid groaned in despair. Calm down. There's gotta be something we can do. Don't get crazy. Let's just calm down and think. The kid somehow quieted down. He breathed heavily and glared at me. What do you think we should do, you? Don't ask me. I have no idea. Sora, isn't there anything we can do? If we take emergency measures, it is possible. But in order to do that, whatever it takes, if we don't hurry, then... Yu stopped herself just short of screaming out. Please, Sora. You're the only one who can help us. But you know what? Hold on. Just about time. Alright, yeah. Just about time for break. Let me go over to screen. The sound should carry over. The sound has not carried over. Why is it not carried over? Well, that's awkward. Why is it not there? Oh, wait. It's because I'm not tapped in. It's because I'm not tapped back in. Hold on. So if I go over here. Okay, yeah, it will still play. Alrighty. If you are here, stretch, get some water, all the good stuff. I will be right back in about 3 minutes, and we'll continue whatever this is, the insanity. See you then. Alrighty, I am back. Let me go back over to here by pressing this button over here. This one. Alright, and then I have to go all the way around here. And... Alright, I am back. I think I just completely forgot everything about Coco because, yet again, completely forgot about this plot point too. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I'll be so interested in knowing, like, what's going on with Coco. Why is she the way that she is? And the Sada, like, the whole Sada Coco situation is crazy. No, like the whole situation between those two, I think, is one of the most fascinating aspects of the game to me so far. I just want to know why. Why? How? Please tell us what to do. There you go. You'll need serum. A serum to lessen the symptoms. Serum? What kind? I don't know if it is here or not. What? You ran up to the wall and opened the shelf filled with medical tools. You repeatedly asked Sora about the contents as she tore through them. What about this? No. Isn't this one? No, it is not. How about this one? Not that one either. How common is this disease? Soda, can you elaborate on that? Are we gonna get infected from this disease? Any like tips at all that you could tell us? Different things like that. I would love to know. That one isn't it either. You dropped bottle after bottle of medicine onto the floor. Many of them explode into pieces when they hit. You be careful. We might need that for anyone else. We don't know. What are we gonna do? What should we do? Answer me, Sora. I am sorry. Oh. Bibi came over to me and whined softly. Oh. Sora's face suddenly changed colors. Bibi, bring that over there, quickly. The dog? Yeah? The thing that Pee-Pee has in his mouth. Okay. Let's talk about it. But also, I want to let the story play out further to see why. But also, it gives the same energy as Virtue's Last Reward and being like, someone take the scalpel away from the kid. Thanks, whoever that was. Just like someone took the scalpel and it's like, oh no, who took it away? Oh no. That's the energy that it gives. That thing that Pee-Pee has in his mouth. That's it. What? I quickly snatched whatever it was out of Pee-Pee's mouth and lifted it up. This? It's the serum. It was a transparent capsule with orange liquid inside of it. How do we use it? Break off the tip and inject the contents into Coco-chan. Okay. You, do your magic. You ran over to where I was and grabbed the serum out of my hand. Coco held out a shaking arm. You silently inserted the syringe into her arm and administered the serum. After a few minutes, although it was gradual, Coco's breathing became more even, and the tremors in her body settled down. It looks like it is taking effect. Okay. What? Okay, what? Tell me about this Tief Blau? Please tell me some more. Elaborate a little bit more, please. Why is this just in the facility? Do we all know about this? Obviously we don't. So what is it? Looks like it is taking effect. Her condition has improved somewhat. The danger seems to be over now. Thank goodness. Both you and Sora looked relieved. You looked as if she could cry. The kid looked up and let out a big sigh of relief. Tsugumi stared at Coco in silence. Hey, Pee-Pee. Who would have thought you'd find the serum? When did you get this? Where'd you find it? Pee-Pee whined pitifully. But where did the dog... what the dog... How the dog doing that? How did dog... What? It was either in Coco's pocket to begin with, and that's why the dog had it, or, like... What is this? Is the dog really... The dog is Sada. The dog is Sada. You know what? Sure, why not? I genuinely want to know how and why. Also, thank you for the welcome back. I was thinking about how Gab always seemed to have the thing they needed whenever they... Yeah, that is true. That as well. Like, Gab would always appear at just the right time. And then you have the decision. Drink the antidote. Don't drink the antidote. Sigma, why are you so stupid? It's not Sigma. It was who was it? Was it Diane? Diane was like, yeah, let's not drink it. Don't worry, it's just a phase. It will pass. Anything like that. Oh man, brings back good memories. Good memories of dying multiple times. All right, everyone gathered around the LMRI where Coco slept. Sora, tell us about how the Tief Blau. Tell us what you can about the Tief Blau virus. That's the first time I've ever heard of it. Does anyone else know anything about it? When I asked the question, you, the kid, Tsugumi, and even Pee-Pee all shook their heads. What is the dog doing? You said it has a high mortality rate. You don't have any idea on when or how Coco got this, do you? I don't care if it's only a guess, or if you give me limited data, or if you give me only the limited data you have. I just want to know. Coco came down with this out of nowhere, and it doesn't help that the rest of us seem to be ignorant. You are right. Sora got a strained expression on her face. After thinking for a moment, she gave us a wholehearted explanation. Alright, I will tell you everything I know about the Tief Blau virus. A heavy silence descended upon the emergency room. Every once in a while, the sensor from the LMRI would sound out Coco's vital data, the only noise to echo throughout the room. Tief Blau, or TB, was... Sora started talking softly. TB was developed at a research facility under Limu. I'm not ever going to accidentally misremember this as tuberculosis. I'm never going to do that. TB was developed at a research facility under Limu. It is an extremely deadly disease. At a research facility? Under us? Yu's eyes opened wide. Yes. There is an installation called IBF directly below us. IBF. I knew it. Tsugumi frowned. Well, it looks like we can get information out of this artificial intelligence after all, assuming the situation is dire enough. I guess it isn't in your programming to keep a secret when someone's life is on the line. Damn. Damn, she just has to sit there and take that. I'm sorry. Please continue, Sora. After shaking her head lightly, Tsugumi let out a sigh. Okay. The management company that built Limu is Liblik Pharmaceuticals. Their research facility is IBF. So one branch lower is the research facility. Really? Right above the theme park? Couldn't just build it like, I don't know, like 2 feet to the left or something? Like right below the theme park? 119 meters beneath Limu, there was a thermal seafloor there were thermal seafloor vents. Living there were special microbes, which couldn't be found in any other environment, and Liblik Pharmaceuticals created a research institute in order to study them. Okay. It was called IBF. Institute for Bon Vivant. Translated, it meant the Institute for Biological Research. Limu and the research facility, of the two, the first facility was the research facility. Building a theme park was apparently just a front. And they had to put it directly under it? Like, not even anywhere else? Okay. That'll really hide our tracks. What if someone accidentally, I don't know, saw the hemo door? Like, what then? What's behind that? I don't know. The researchers at IBF were listed as managers of Limu and were able to come and go as they pleased. That way, nobody would suspect that there was actually a research facility present. At the same time, this is crazy, by the way. At the same time, they could also get a much needed funds for research. They could set up a successful theme park. They just needed to pretty much run all the money they needed to... If they could set up a successful theme park, they could get pretty much all the money they needed to run the research facility. From just a theme park? I guess that's true. I guess that's true. Liblik Pharmaceuticals continued to carry out research into bacteria and viruses at the bottom of the ocean, 119 meters underwater. The existence of IBF is highly confidential. Only a select number of people know about it at Liblik, even at Limu. IBF and Limu are controlled by separate computer systems. Even I am only given limited information. I only became sure of IBF's existence after connecting together fragments of information from this accident. Oh. Anyway. It is you speaking, right? Anyway, there's a strange and deadly virus called... Is it Sora speaking? Anyway, there's a strange and deadly virus called TB. They're doing research about... There's a strange and deadly virus called TB they're doing research about at some research center under Lima. Okay. That's probably a front to find a cure for TB, right? I think it's you speaking? Yeah, it's you speaking. Yes, you are correct. In addition, it's the gift of Gab. TB? Tuberculosis, that's awfully... That's what I'm saying, is like, I'm definitely gonna, next stream, I'm gonna boot up the game, and I'm gonna accidentally remember it as tuberculosis. There's like, definitely not the best thing in the world for English speakers. I'm gonna have to remember Tief Blau. There is a medical center there that is far superior to this one. At least from the information I can gather from Lima's database. It appears that they have a new type of high-pressure oxygen treatment device there. And we can treat her with that. The leukocytes, white blood cell activity should increase. That would ease Coco-chan's condition somewhat. We might even encounter more of the serum that is effective in stabilizing the symptoms. The orange one that we found previously. IBF, huh? Can we go there? How do we get there? Wait! The kid interrupted with a shout. Wait, this is crazy. I mean, yeah. Normal reaction. Why would Coco suddenly come down with TB? It doesn't make sense that she'd come down with something like an awful virus like that. Don't you think that's strange? Well, you don't think that's strange. You don't think that's strange because you have all the information in the world. Even if we want to help Coco, there isn't any equipment here to do that. The only lead we have for treating her is the research facility, IBF. We'll have to look for reasons afterwards. All we can do is trust what Sora tells us now. She isn't good enough at lying to make up something like this, right? I'm sorry for doubting you earlier. I believe what Sora is telling us. Tsugumi smiled slightly. Thank you. Sora nodded sincerely. Yeah, I believe her too. We can't just sit back twiddling our thumbs. Let's consider the best option. I looked at you and Sora, then nodded. You see, Coco came down with TB because it's literally one of the most common diseases in the world, as old as humanity itself. Go back to school, kids. Man, it is kind of like, I'm gonna definitely forget about it, but also it's interesting. I guess like TB isn't, that would make a lot of sense. TB is not maybe the abbreviation that we know in English as it is in Japanese, which is why it got carried over to this one. It's like, okay, well, try to remember this. Does that sound good to you? Who's speaking? Does that sound good to you, kid? Yeah, all right, okay. So it's decided then. We're going to IBF. Did you all do this when kid was sick with the fever? And, you know, did you do that? Or no? It's the only chance we've got at saving Coco. However, in order to get to IBF, we have to get through Himmel, and Himmel's door isn't opening. I don't care, we're going. We don't have any other options. Show me the way. It might not work, but we don't know unless we try, right? Hey, kid, give me a hand. Okay. I picked up Coco's inert body and carried her piggyback. We went down the lift and then to the cramped emergency corridor. Tsugumi and the kid supported Coco, who was on my back, from both sides. Sora and Pipi then went on ahead. You brought along the first aid kit just in case. We were headed for Dritter Stock, some 17 meters below. We made it to the 3rd floor. Aw. Again, it is very interesting. There is such a clear distinction between the Sara route and everything that happened there, And this route, it really is like, okay, Sora's the focus, now Tsugumi is the focus, and now Coco's the focus. Like, it's very interesting. We ran as quickly as we could to where the locked door was waiting for us, using all the strength we had, and all the power of our prayers. We flew forward. I mean, in this game, prayers are a whole lot of something. They are a whole lot of something, actually, so keep doing that. We flew forward. Here we are. We all stopped in front of the door. I briefly put Coco down and leaned up against the wall. The kid went out to Coco and lent her his shoulder. Himo. The door that wouldn't open. Sora, I'm asking just to make sure. What? What does Himo mean? It means sky in German. Or heaven. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Alright, cool. Heaven, huh? They sure had given it an ironic name. So the question was, how in the world were they going to... How in the world were we going to open that door? I don't know. I don't know. Hold on. I thought the initials were used by the writers because with game disease, Coco coughed up blood like the real TB. It might be intentional. That would be kind of interesting. It might be a little bit intentional to be like, hey, did you know? Like, it's kind of like this. You can relate it back to something. Especially because, I mean, that'd be one of the major, I guess, it's been, you know, it's one of the long-standing viruses, right? Like Kadensha said. So it's like, yeah, an easy drop-off point, I guess, access point from there, you know? Let me go ahead. I'm gonna take a sip of water, and then I'm gonna pull up the guide, and we're gonna see what the hell to do. I don't know who to ask. We're on the Tsugumi route, so maybe Tsugumi might know something, maybe? Alright, I have it up here. Let's put this here, and then this over here. I don't even remember what day we're on. Where'd you go? Probably not this. Push button. Okay. You can ask you and you get no points whatsoever. You can ask you and get no points whatsoever. So yeah, we're gonna ask Tsugumi and see what she has to say there. Cool. Ask Tsugumi. Tsugumi, do you think there's a way to open it up? What are you talking about, Takeshi? I'm racking my brain thinking about the same thing. Yeah, right. After thinking for a bit, Tsugumi asked Sora a question. Do you know what kind of process this door goes through when it opens? Okay, let me see. After the correct keys are input, a lever embedded inside the hatch should start to raise. At that lever turn, the lock on the door is released. However, the lever is nothing more than an ornament now. It is turned automatically using electricity, and the motor is usually locked in place. Yeah, I suppose they designed it so that you couldn't open it during an emergency on purpose. In that case... She pulled out a flathead screwdriver. Well, gotta do this the old-fashioned way. Where'd you get that from? If we can get the lever off, maybe we can open this door manually. She began to insert the tip of the screwdriver into the gap between the door's panel lines, and... Tsugumi jammed the screwdriver in with all her might. She tried to dig out the lever buried in the hatch by force. The alloy screwdriver crushed like a piece of candy. The lever budged slightly toward the surface of the door. However, slam. The screwdriver bent into 2 equal parts from its handle, and the lever snapped back into place. Well, damn it. I thought that would work for sure. There's nothing I can do. Tsugumi threw the bent screwdriver on the floor. What next? What next? Does it matter? Does it matter? I thought... Oh, right. That. Let me go... I guess I pull back up the guide. What do I do? One choice made. After 2 choices, you get another choice. Okay. Well, none of these people are gonna know what the answer is, maybe. So, let's ask you. Hey, you. Is there any way to to get around this lock that you know of. Huh? Where do you go?
Kanari, out of the way!
Huh? Turning toward the voice coming from a few meters behind me, I saw Yu throw the first aid kit she'd been carrying. Huh? Whoa! She immediately came hurtling toward me as if possessed. She's consistent, if nothing else. She really is great, I will say. She looked furious. I stumbled back away from the door.
Hi!
Crash. With a perfect flying drop kick, she threw open the panel to the electric lock. What are you doing? It isn't time to be goofing off. If it won't open any other way, I'm gonna break it down. Yu shouted as she leaned over, panting. That's a little extreme. Hey, how about it? Does it look like we're gonna open it?
It won't budge at all!
Neither the door nor the panel had changed at all. Yu began hitting the lock with a renewed vigor, uttering strange noises. But all the lock did was make error sounds and politely asked for her to re-enter the password.
Ouch.
In the end, Yu ended up with a sprained finger and went back to the first aid kit. Damn it, what are we gonna do?
Oh.
Oh, Coco is here as well. I guess they wanted like a hurt sprite, so they used the sprite of her being underwater. Coco was being supported by the kid. She couldn't stand by herself. She was soon hunched over on the floor. Okay, that's fine. I tried pulling her up again, but her face drained of all color. This is bad. If we don't get in there quickly. Okay. Öffnen Sie die Tür von Himmel. Suddenly, a voice that I hadn't heard before sounded from the corridor. What's that announcement? Someone is trying to access Limith's system. Sora flashed open her eyes and shouted. From inside the room. From a terminal inside Himmel. What? The access indicator light from the electronic lock turned green. The hatch's lever raised and turned automatically. The door opened suddenly. What? Stagnant air poured out of the room. Were you all just in here, or are you... Okay, okay. Stagnant air poured out of the room. For some reason, the humidity felt like it was lower than outside. The air conditioning was humming quietly. It was white. It was pure white inside. The whiteness of the wall and the floor emphasized the brightness of the lighting that seemed to leap out at us. Himmel. It didn't necessarily seem like a mistake to have named the room Heaven. The machines displayed nameplates with Himmel written on them. It seemed like we were in the computer control room. I mean, if you really wanted to cover your tracks really well, you wouldn't have Himmel like plastered all over the place. Yeah, I'm going to go work at Himmel. You would just say, I'm going to go work at Limu. But okay. Okay, fair enough. It seemed like we were in the computer control room. Hey, there's someone here. Did he open the door just now? There was a single person in the room. He was a man who appeared to be in his 40s, dressed in a white lab coat. And blood was coming from his mouth, and he had passed out at a console. Hey buddy, are you alright? The man didn't reply to me. He just lay there motionless. Who is this guy? Sora, do you have any idea who this is? No, I'm unable to verify his identity. Is it Yu's dad? Because I was gonna say, like, maybe it's Sara in here. It's definitely not Sara, but like, is it Yu's dad? Yu, please respond? Do you know who this person is? But judging by the way he's dressed, it is safe to assume he was a researcher at the IBF facility. I put my hands on his shoulders and raised him into a sitting position. I looked over his white clothing to see if he had any name tags or any other way to determine his name. But he didn't have any ID or nameplate to check. Hey, are you one of the staff from the research facility? Yeah, that's right. Breathing faintly, the researcher replied. He seemed unable to open his eyes and searched for me by my voice. Doesn't seem like you're here to rescue me. With a shaking hand, he grabbed onto me. The hand was covered in blood. So, there were still people in Lima. And it's been 6 days since... What a surprise. Blood trickled from his mouth, and he smiled wryly. Hey, don't strain yourself. You don't have to talk. I'm so sorry. It's all our fault. What happened? Did something happen down here? But why all this? After that, he was silent. Don't vague post before you die, man. That's what I think. I think that people should not be allowed to vague post before they die. That's my rule of thumb. Boston, New York side. It's you's dad. It's your father. It's your father over there. You see him? No, that's not my father. That's not my father. It's your dad. It's your dad. Hey, hang in there. I shook his shoulders, but he didn't reply. Takeshi, cut it out. You're shaking him too hard. He's unconscious. Just leave him alone for now. Oh, okay, unconscious. Okay. All right. Okay. We'll have to bring him with us. Interesting. We didn't see this man at all during the kid route. I didn't think that they brought him with them, so... Huh, okay. I wondered what was going on. More importantly, I had to hurry. I didn't have a clue what was going on, but I couldn't worry about that. We had to get Coco to IBF right now. Yu, who was waiting at the entrance to Himo, went inside with Pipi. Okay, well, I guess she didn't care, so it's not her father. Not her father. The kid followed behind, carrying Coco. The door had an electronic lock on it, and so we left it open. Everyone, at the far end of the room is another room. Can you see it? Yeah. Yes, I can see it. We all nodded. There was a room on the other side of the glass in front of us. The way that we're like prioritizing Coco first, and then it's like, yeah, I guess we'll maybe save this guy later. We'll maybe do that next time. But first, let's help Coco. I mean, it's fair, it's valid, but also, still. That is the compression chamber for IBF. Sora straightened up and explained the situation without emotion. Judging from my incomplete data, IBF is enclosed in higher pressure gas than Limo. The IBF area is set to what is known as saturated diving specifications. This type of area is also probably more suitable for research with bacteria. The atmospheric pressure of IBF is actually about 12.5 atmospheres. I want all of you to enter that room. And after you spend about an hour in the compression chamber, you'll have access to the elevator down at IBF. And I should tell you this as a precaution. You will not be able to retrace your steps easily from this point on. Please give this due consideration. Why? But why? But why? Is it like something from going up from the lower pressure to up? Maybe? Possibly? The penalty for vague posing before death is death. Why would we not be able to? I guess it's just because. Are we bringing the guy? I guess we're bringing the guy with us as well, hopefully. Because we should probably try and save him too, right? He was coughing up blood. We can't go back. We've got to make a decision. Okay. Well, let's go and pull up the guide. Tsugumi wants us to wait a second. That is unexpected to me. Okay. Sora would want us to go. Sora would want us to go. But Tsugumi's saying, like, wait a second. Hold on. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. Let's go over here. And just wait a second. Hey, wait just a second. As soon as I said that, Tsugumi glared needles at me. What's the matter, Takeshi? You aren't chickening out now, are you? No, that's not it. I checked the guide and this is what you want or something. I don't know. If we're gonna spend an hour stuffed in that little room, I just want to make sure everyone was ready. You know, check to see if anyone had to go to the bathroom. That's it? Brush their teeth, take a shower. If anyone was gonna bring a snack, make sure it's reasonable. Why did we let him talk? I heard two rather large sighs. Saying something like that at a time like this, you should be burning in hell. You really are a moron. Kurenari-san, this will only take 1 hour. I'm sure everyone can wait. More importantly, we need to hurry, okay? It seemed like everyone was tired of my jokes. And somehow that still got points with you, but okay. Somehow, I just wanted to put everyone at ease. Okay, alright. So then let's get moving. So are we taking the guy? Yeah. That said, you, the kid, Tsugumi, Sora, Pipi, all nodded, and you just said the dog too. Okay. The kid and you held unconscious Coco between them. Sumi and I picked up the researcher. Okay, good. I thought for sure we were gonna leave him. I thought when she said like we're gonna have to bring him with us, I thought she meant more so like, hey, we're gonna have to bring him to the surface if we get out here. Tsugumi and I picked up the researcher, and my voice is slightly dying, but no worries. And PP took up the rear. Everyone lined up the transparent sliding door on the far side of the room. Soda used the control panel on the terminal to open it up. All of us entered the room together. A single panel of reinforced glass lay between the control room and the compression chamber. More precisely, a chamber was set in the middle of the room. It had been constructed there. We brought Coco and the researcher into the room first and sat down on the chairs. Both of them had ragged breathing, and they looked to be in pain. Their faces were extremely pale and sickly. We needed to hurry. I would hate to waste an hour there. You, the kid, Tsugumi, and PP all stood in the open space available. With everyone there, it was fairly crowded. Once the compression is completed, the door on the far side should open, and you can enter the elevator. On the far side, okay, so it's... Okay, yeah, so then we this is the compression chamber, and then we go out, and then we go down the elevator. Okay, I thought this was the elevator. For some reason, Soda didn't enter the room, but spoke to us in front of the entrance. I mean, she doesn't have to be in here, one, and also, if what she's saying is true, and she never had any access to this place whatsoever, then surely she can't follow us, basically. If she's telling the truth. I will expedite the compression process. It may be a little uncomfortable, but please bear with it. After saying that, Soda went to close the door. Soda, what's wrong? You aren't coming with us? No, Come on, let's get started. What are you waiting for? I casually reached toward Soda. I knew I couldn't grab her, but I did it anyway. However... what? Okay. As I tried to touch her, sparks flew into the air. It felt as though a shock had gone through me. A transparent wall suddenly appeared in front of the door. There's a red wall of flame. What? Alarmed, I drew my hand back, and the door is closed. Sora? Sora, what was... From this point on, this is the jurisdiction of a different computer system. Oh, okay. Soda's voice talking to us calmly over the speaker of the compression chamber's intercom. I am but a single part of Lima's system, therefore I am unable to go to IBF. I do not have the authority to access the area. I am sorry, but I will have to see you off. The wall of fire had vanished. We were in the compression chambers, shut off from the rest of the world. I almost wonder if there's another like advanced like AI taking care of this place then? Ooh, what if it was that one girl, the girl, I talked about this before previously, when I'm booting up the game, and it has like the start game uninstall buttons and things like that. There's this one lady with like golden hair, and it's like, who are you? Who are you? Maybe it's her, perhaps? Either that or it's a Super Saiyan version of Sora. That's the only two things I can think of. Maybe it's her. We were in the middle of the compression chamber, shut off from the rest of the world. The sound of pumping gas, which was slowly raising the air pressure, could be heard throughout the chamber. Hey, everyone, take out your voice converters. They get in the way when you're adjusting the pressure. Oh, yeah, that as well. I forgot about that. Everyone did as I said and removed their voice alterators. I took out Coco's myself. I checked the researcher, but it didn't seem like he was wearing any. Okay, interesting. After that, hardly anyone said a word. We were all waiting for time to pass. Sora could be seen outside the chamber's window. She didn't move, only stood and watched us. And then, 3:32 p.m. Okay, I guess we're done cooking. We are done cooking, all right. The lock from the door on the far side of the chamber clicked and released. I felt a subtle change in pressure, and the lift down to the IBF opened. We all filed into it one by one. Everyone, take care. We could hear her voice from the speaker on the other side of the room, but we couldn't see her. I wondered if we would ever see her up close again. I miss her. I miss her. It must suck to be Sora, man. It must suck. Cocking my head to one side, I thrust the voice alterators back into my ear. Everyone got aboard the lift, and as soon as the door closed, the elevator started sliding down.
Tife, 70 meter. Tife, 80 meter. Tife, 90 meter. I think I did a southern accent for that. Okay. For this voice. What could be below heaven? More heaven or hell? Hell! Tife, 119 meter. The door to the elevator opened. The passage extended in 2 directions from the elevator room. I went into one of those. We should have asked Sora more specific questions about what would be down here and what we had to do in order to treat Coco and different things like that. I feel like we're not prepared. Hopefully we'll just be able to wing it and see like whatever happens, but okay. Everything was totally dark, and I could hardly tell where I was headed. Fearfully, I took a step forward. And suddenly, as if someone had noticed our arrival, the lights went on in the room. Is someone there? I think they just turned on by themselves. The sensors reacted, and the computer activated the lights. I'm not sure, but it's possible. It seemed like there was a pool where the small submarine could dock. The pool was a two-layer structure, but there was no sign that the seawater would flow in. Such an odd number to stop on. 119, yeah. I'm wondering if there's anything specific about it. Because obviously Zero Escape has a whole like digital route and did you know and things like that. It is 119. I guess is it because wait, is the emergency number in Japan? It's 119, right? Instead of 911, I believe. So maybe it's like that. I don't think so. I'd be interested in knowing like what's the reason behind it specifically. The pool was a two-layer structure, but there was no sign that the seawater would flow in. It felt a little hot in there, but it seemed as if the air conditioning was still working properly. Perhaps the place was even more comfortable than the flooded Dritter stock, but there was no sign of anyone. Anyway, let's get to where we have to go. We opened a watertight door at the other side of the room and continued deeper into the installation. Huh, it looks a little different here as well. Interesting. A yellow sub. Oh god. No. It is what it is. Number 17. Hello, Chu. I hope you've been doing well. Welcome on in. It's 119. Okay, good. I did remember that. I learned that from a Super Sentai. Fair enough. I learned that from anime. I learned that from anime, so fair enough. Welcome on in, Chu. I hope you've been doing well. Welcome. We are here trying to figure out how to save everyone from... oh no, the plot cough, the virus of all time. We are trying to save people from certain doom. So, I hope you've been doing well. A passage, I still have to respond to your DM, Chu. I will, I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you on that. But I think I briefly looked over it. Yeah, that should be fine. Just like one a week works, for clips. A passageway the same size as Limu's emergency corridor. No, maybe even smaller, led off into the distance. For some reason, the whole place seemed colder, less alive than the structure above. As we continued down the corridor, lights would go on automatically a few meters in front of us. Well, it certainly seemed computer-controlled. As we continued moving, the lights followed us, lighting up only the areas around us. The corridors branched off in a few directions, but all of them ended at watertight doors that were closed. I wondered if IBF had entirely flooded except for one part. Anyway, the number of areas that we could enter was limited. Luckily, we found the examination room right away. Okay, that's very lucky for you. No worries. Okay, all right, cool. I quickly turned the handle and opened the door. What is this? What is this? Okay, brand new areas. You and the kid laid Coco down in a nearby table. On the table? Surely you should put her in one of the pods. These high-tech pods. Okay. Tsugumi and I slowly lowered the researcher down into a chair. There are a few ordinary beds in the same examination room and the same kind of LMRI that we had found in Limu's infirmary. There were numerous medical instruments that looked like you might only see in a science fiction movie. I wondered what in the world they were for. I had no idea. Hey you, where is that high-powered oxygen thing that Sora was talking about? How should I know? You didn't ask? You didn't ask before we got down here? Tsugumi, what should we do? Well, we'll have to look for it. None of us know a thing about this place. I mean, I guess Sora wouldn't technically know either because she's never been down here, but also, like, how to know? Wait. The researcher coughed as he spoke. Hey, don't move. Are you okay? I've been better, but at least I'm alive. With his eyes closed, he raised his hands weakly in response. This smell... Is this IBF? So I'm back where I started. So you were working here. Well then, this thing I want to ask you. We're looking for some kind of high-pressure oxygen treatment device. We've come as far as the examination room, but we don't have a clue what to look for. Can you help us? Please. Oxygen treatment. Yeah, you're looking for the pods. There should be some alloy capsules with mats set aside for them. They look like a bunch of cylinders stuck to a pillar. You see them? Interesting. He's lost his sight. Is that part of the virus? Is that part of, like, the virus effects? Is you can lose the ability to see? Yeah, they're right in front of me. That's them. Hang in there. We found them. So don't waste your energy talking anymore, okay? New blood appeared on the researcher's closed hand as he wiped his mouth. I mean, if there's anything else that you need to tell us that's very vital to this process, please tell us now, you know? We don't want to accidentally, you know, hurt you or anything. Just take a look at the manual. This should be easy to operate. Okay, I gotcha. The strength left the researcher's hand. Just before he collapsed, I grabbed onto his shoulder to support him. Let's put him in a pod. And Coco, too. Yeah. All I remember, I guess to make it another Zero Escape reference, all I remember in terms of pods is, like, what does this remind me of? It's the pods in the third game. It's wonderful alien technology that could never be solved. Wonderful powers that the pods presented. I don't know if the pods are going to have the same relevance in this game, but certainly nothing good can come from being here is what my brain is telling me. Tsugumi and I got on either side of the researcher and supported him. We brought him over to where the 3 pods were. When I pressed the button on the side of one, its hatch opened. I put him down gently inside. When I pressed the button again, the capsule pod closed again silently. Okay. And I guess there's this other guy here. We don't get to see him. We don't get to see him. He's not important. But Coco is here at the very least. Alright. Remove here. The hatch to the pod closed off soon after. Did you find the manual? Yeah, this is the control panel. You started operating a terminal a short distance away. High pressure oxygen treatment set. The screens of the monitor attached to the tubes flickered. Both of the pods seemed to be functioning normally. That should do it. Okay. The condition of people inside the pods was monitored and appeared on the control panel. Blood pressure, heart rate, respiration rate. The expressions on their faces were even visible. I watched them for a few minutes. Coco and the researcher whose name we didn't know. It was a slow process. Is there a reason that we don't know his name, or is he really just faceless? Is he gonna be important? Like, did you know I'm Dr. Leblik himself? I am Dr. Leblik. They didn't say anything about him per se. It's like, I am the person here. I think he's just one of the guys, just one of the researchers that's just around. It was a slow process, but they both seemed to be gradually returning to normal. I'm so relieved. Yeah, tell me about it. Yeah. Looks like we made it in time. Woof! And the dog is here too. We let out a collective sigh of relief. It seemed as if we had escaped the worst for the moment. Well, we don't have time to hang around, you know? We didn't know if the situation at IBF was different than Limo. There might have been other survivors, or a way out, even communications. We couldn't possibly even find information about TB. We could possibly even, rather. It was best to search as much time as time would allow. Everyone agreed, so Tsugumi the kid and I went around looking around at IBF. Hold on. I had a thought. Surely, if I do this now... Takeshi, IBF. We are still not on anyone's room. Okay. You had the most medical knowledge, so she stayed in the examination room with Pipi to look after Coco and the researcher. 3:54 p.m. But we're still in imminent doom here, right? We're still gonna die. Like, if the place explodes, it explodes. And we're gonna have issues with that, right? You know, issues, complications, such as death and dying. That's still a thing we have to worry about, right? You cough so hard, so you cough so hard, your eyeballs pop out. Just put them back in there. It's fine. Just throw them back in there. I'm remembering the timey-wimey pod. I forget which game. I think it's Zero Time Dilemma. It is. I think it's the third game, where it's just like anything can happen because pods exist. Anything can happen now. It's like, oh boy, oh great. It's that specifically. Because we were unfamiliar with the area, the three of us set out together to look around. We walked all around IBF, but since there were only a few places that there wasn't much to see. Almost all of the corridors had been blocked off, and there were many doors that didn't open. When I tried forcing open one of the doors, a terrible smell started pouring out, so I hurriedly closed it again. From what I had seen during the brief moment the door was open, a few researchers covered in blood had died while clawing at their throats. While doing what? While doing what? While doing huh? And you're just gonna like walk away from that, like, huh? That sounds bad. That seems kind of crazy. Well, I'm just gonna walk away from that. That's crazy. Okay, so it's Radical 6. It's Radical 6. All right. Again, it's just a terrible combination of researchers, and they're just trying to research things, and it all goes to hell. It all goes to hell. I didn't really want to think of what had happened there. You should be asking way more questions. I'd be like, what type of virus makes you do that? And there are, like, in real life, there are like certain viruses that will just make you go like absolutely fucking crazy, right? A few of them. But I'd be like, what the hell? We should be way more concerned about that. It wasn't hard to imagine that the situation had been the same or worse than what had happened at Limu. Again, was any of this relevant in Sara's route? No. You're my sister, you're my Oni-chan, and I love you so much. It's like, yeah, I'm your Oni-chan, and I'll save you. Yay. And that was it. That was it. Okay. We love Resident Evil researchers. That too. Without them, there would be no plot in any games. That type that faster than me. It is very Resident Evil. Just like, it all went to hell. What would we do without these people? Just like, yes, we need to make the most dangerous disease, and we also need to work on the cure at the same time. I'm guessing these are like generally the same people. What would make them do this? What would make them do this? What would make them do this? Another room was empty of people, and there were a few computer terminals there. Operating the terminals, we were able to scan through some of the information left there. There was some information about Tief Blau. Tief Blau. Name, Tief Blau. I want to say it like this every time, aren't I? Symptoms: feverish chills, headaches, aching muscles, loss of appetite, vomiting, diarrhea, stomach pains. As it progressed, the patient begins to hemorrhage from the mouth, gums, conjuncta, nasal cavity, the skin, alimentary canal, and a high probability of dying. This sounds like friggin' what was it called in 428 Shibuya Scramble? I forget what it was. I forget what it was. It's something. It's not really a spoiler because it's introduced very early on into the game. Like it's one of the first things that you can see. I forget what the specific virus is called, but it's basically kind of like that. One of those viruses where it's just like, you get this? Yeah, you're fucked. You're fucked, my guy. you're so boned. Death rate after contracting the disease over 85%. Actually, I think this is a little bit better, honestly. I think I take my chances with this, probably. The symptoms first appear similar to that of the common cold. While temporarily improve, the patient's condition will again rapidly deteriorate, resulting in hemorrhaging. Okay, maybe I won't take my chances with this one. I don't know. Yeah, the UA virus. Yeah. Oh man, good old memories. Good old memories. 428 Shibuya Scramble was such a time. I missed that game. Incubation period, normally 2 to 7 days. At that point, all of the data was corrupted, and then it was not clear what else was written. Other than that, we came across some interesting information by accident. In the corner of a business log, IBF visitor registry, Yagami Koko. Koko's name had been listed. Oh, so she's supposed to be here. Visitor registry? Maybe... Actually, maybe... Because, I mean, to be fair... And it was a long time ago, so who's to say? But the room that Tsugumi was in as a child, where she was experimented in, they did technically have windows. So maybe they did those testing stuff at another facility, and then sometimes they bring those children over here as well. Maybe she's just like one of those children. And again, like, Tsugumi left at a certain point. I don't know how, but she left at a certain point. So maybe she's just not familiar with Koko as much. Looking further into the file, there seemed to be a personal memo written by somebody. I will get to see my daughter for the first time in a while. Her school is on vacation, so she has a 10-day break. I've been trapped for so long in this tin can doing virus research that I'm jealous. That aside, when I told her that special permission had been granted for her to come down to see IBF, she sent me a happy reply saying that she would. For Koko? Why would you do that, my guy? Why would you do that? Why would you bring her down here? I'd be like, no, I'm gonna get out of here and spend a day with my daughter at the amusement park. That's all I'm gonna do. What? We've exchanged email once in a while, but I wonder how long it's been since we've actually seen each other. I'll just be happy if she hasn't forgotten what I look like. T.Y. What is, well, her name is Tanaka Yu, isn't it? I think it's I think it's gonna be Yagami. It's, I don't know. T Yagami. Maybe? T.Y. I thought they'd probably been the initials of Dr. Yagami, Koko's dad. Okay, there we go. Koko, you have a dad? You're not like phasing in and out of existence? Then what's your connection to Sara? What the hell? Okay. It also reminds me of that disease they mentioned in ZTD. I forget the name, but it said it had a 100% death rate. Obviously, there's so many diseases that I don't even remember what it's called. Oh, yeah. I remember now. Yeah. That was, it was one of the diseases that, it was just there. It was just there. I was like, why is this here? But okay, yeah, I remember. I'd rather get Never 17 than get Shibuya scrambled, Courie, maybe. I mean, I'm just saying, if you have to take your chances on mortality, I think generally speaking, it's probably better to get this virus. The downside is that if you get it, you may potentially claw out your throat. That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. But otherwise, yeah, pretty much this would be better. This would be better. Did you watch the Harley Quinn animated series? I did not. I don't know anything about those things. There's a scene where Harley Quinn shoots a goon with a cancer beam, and there's no immediate effect. But then he leaves to spend time with his family, in which for the plot was the same as instantly killing him. Instantly killing him. I see. I don't know a ton about those things. About like those types of like any of like the DC stuff or like Marvel or like superhero stuff, unfortunately. So I'm not too familiar with it. But yeah, it's giving kind of energy where it's so freaking crazy. Why would you invite your daughter down here? Why would you do that? Why would you do that specifically? Which meant that Koko had visited IBF once before May 1st. I wonder how this connects as well to the new version of the game that I played, where it was like Koko had been here before, obviously, because she carved the same drawing into the statue on the main island. In the newer version. That doesn't exist in this version. But it was like, okay, so she's been here once before. I guess she did the same drawing that time as well, for some reason. But then, okay. To meet her father. 4:23 p.m. Please mention that, hey, like somebody's been clawing out their throat and there's like a virus down here. Please mention. We didn't find any other survivors in IBF. The kid, Tsugumi, and I all went back to the examination room. You, how are they doing? Yeah, it looks like they're doing okay for now. You looked tired as she sat down and faced the pod's control panel. I looked at the monitor showing vital signs. Blood temperature, blood pressure, heart rate, respiration rate, they all seem to have stabilized for the moment. Oh yeah, Kuranari, I checked the medical database on this terminal earlier, but I hesitantly asked you. Yeah, did you find something? Yeah. It looks as if they still hadn't found any definite way to treat the Tiefblau virus. Yeah, there's kind of an incident. There's a certain room. Again, we should tell her. Although the symptoms can be temporarily treated by injecting that orange serum. Otherwise, the only option is to hope for a small chance that it will clear up by itself. Just hope. Just hope for it. Again, we have Courie syndrome is real. We can pray for it. We can pray for it and it will become real. Oh, that sucks. Huh? What do you mean? You had trouble finding the words, so Tsugumi took over for her. Now I'm thinking a lot of stuff about that I found odd in the Nonary game was a reference to these older games. Yeah, it is. It is very much like, because I keep referring to it as like, oh yes, Zero Escape came first and then this game. But that's just the way that I'm playing it. Obviously this came first and like there's a ton of different ideas. The way that like it was such a big deal when someone clawed out their own throat, like that was one of the things that could happen, you know? Something like that. And the way that it just isn't anything that somebody thought to think of to bring up at all during this playthrough of this game. It's like, that's crazy. That's such a wild difference to me. But you can see the inner workings of it and it's so fun. Odd dialogue wise, sometimes there's just a little line that seems plot relevant and then they move on. To be fair, they did more of that in Zero Escape as well too. But I feel like in Zero Escape, at least comparatively to this game, they definitely took their time to be like, okay, so what the fuck? Like what the hell? They definitely took some time to like simmer in it before it's like, yeah, we're gonna move on from this. So it is definitely very interesting. But it is time for the second break of the stream. This is definitely more of an in-depth sort of route. But again, my goal is to just go until we finish the Tsugumi route. That is my goal for today. So we'll see. Let me go over to oh, and it's already started. So let me go over here to burb screen. And then I will be right back in like 3 minutes or so. So see you then. Alrighty, I am back. I have to switch the screen first. Actually, shouldn't the screen thing work? Hold on. If I go over here, and then if I go... Which one is it? This one? Oh, it still works. The button for this one still works. It's just the microphone one that doesn't work. Okay. Alright, cool, cool. Again, I was switching between audio interfaces, and like I guess that's why it doesn't work anymore. It's just kind of like freaking out. It's like I don't know what you want me to connect to. So, well, basically, if Coco is going to heal, her immune system is going to have to work a little harder. We've brought her to the treatment pod, so all we can do now is hope. Yeah, that's all we can do. No. Coco isn't going to get better? The kid looked like he was about to cry. We need to worry about us, guys. We don't know how the disease manifests or transmutes or gets transmitted between people. I'm surprised. Nobody's like thinking about that at all. Nobody said that. Whether she gets better or not is up to Coco's will to leave. The kid walked over to the pod where Coco was sleeping. Coco. Coco. He started to cry, latching onto the pod as if he were embracing it. We still don't know how much this pod is going to help Coco. You murmured softly as she read the life signs on the monitor. It seems like this pod can also do laser disinfecting, as well as simple surgery, in addition to the oxygen treatment. And depending on how you use it, even cryogenic suspension. Cryogenic suspension. What's that, you? Oh, no. There are pods in the second game of Zero Escape, aren't there? There are a few brief pods that are brought up, yeah, at some point. Yeah, yeah. All I remember is freaking Carnival Boy. him being in one of them at one point. Yeah, okay. I bring up these like references because like I'm trying to see what is the game gonna do. I wonder if it's gonna do something exactly like this game or like this game. And if I had to choose one or the other, I'd prefer probably Virtue's Last Reward rather than Zero Time Dilemma. Just because the pods in Zero Time Dilemma open up the floodgates to everything, everything in the world. So it's a little concerning there. At that point, it's like, how do I even begin to theorize and different things like that? How do I even begin to process this in my brain? So I'm hoping it's more so like the ones in Virtue's Last Reward at the very least. What's that, you? What's that, you? I'm not sure. It was just in the manual. We don't really know what's going on. All we can do is have faith and wait. Oh. Beep. A sharp alarm sounded from the control panel monitor. Not knowing what it was, we all looked at the monitor at once. The kid ran over to where we were. What the... What? What? Okay. These really are like the pods in VLR. More than brief. They were a pretty important plot device the entire game. They were. I guess there was like a billion different other things going on that I would say were more important, but they were pretty important. Yeah, I would agree. It's like I vaguely remember something. Again, I just remember Carnival clown man with his giant hat. I remember him being in one of the pods. I think like somebody just got angry and fed up and just like shoved him in there. But yeah, I do vaguely remember that. I prefer the pods in Power Rangers that are dinosaur shaped and combine into giant robots. That's fair, Joe. I wish we could do that, but no, we have to deal with plot disease and maybe potentially dying down here. Again, none of the other characters are concerned, so who's to say, really? Oh, you know what? Actually, now that I think about it, if we all catch the virus, this would be hell on earth for Tsugumi, specifically, because she'd be the only one who's down here. She'd be the only one who would live from that. The rest of us would die, potentially, right? Assuming that kid doesn't have any other powers that he hasn't told us about. That's wild. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Ugh. An agonized expression came over the face of the researcher. He thrashed and contorted inside the cramped capsule. Hey, man! Hey man, I probably should have said it that way. Hey man. The researcher coughed violently and clawed at his throat. No. His hand and the area around his mouth were stained red. Ew. The color quickly drained from his skin. His breathing became shallow and he groaned in a low voice. Actually, am I misremembering? The virus in Zero Escape does make you claw at your throat, right? Or am I thinking about that one Higurashi thing? Shit, I might have been misremembering my visual novels. In which case, oops. Oopsie doopsie. Because I remember, like, in the very first arc, that was, like, a thing that happened. Oh, shoot. That might have been... Oh, no. Now I can't remember. The, Tsugumi route, only Tsugumi survives. That would suck. That would be awful. That'd be terrible for her. No, it doesn't. The one in Zero Escape just makes you play Sudoku. Well, the one in 999 makes you, like, time hop and time leap. Yeah, but it does... now I'm getting my game viruses mixed up. All right, tune in next time when I have a list of, like, what... This was exactly what happens in Zero Escape, and I will not mix this up with any other game that I've played with a very similar premise. I will not do that. Okay. Not that Higurashi was similar, I don't think. Yeah, it was a little different in that particular case, but that was more the paranoia, which Higurashi is very good at, I will say. His breathing became shallow, and he groaned in a low voice. No, I can't believe his condition would change like this. Hey man, stop grabbing onto your throat like that. You'll crush it. Hey, just stop doing that. He slowly lowered his hand, which had been thrashing at his throat. With. Hey man, are you alright? No. This is as far as I make it. The researcher was barely breathing. He was trying to breathe. He let out a gasp, but he wasn't able to bring in air. This is my reward. You pored over the manual and desperately searched the control panel, but there was nothing she could do. There was no way for her to keep him alive. She pounded on the manual. Then she placed both elbows on the panel and covered her face with her hands. She burst into tears. Aw. Tsugumi and the kid gazed at the monitor with strained expressions. The researcher's vitals were getting weaker. My daughter. Take care of my daughter. Oh, okay. Kind of awkward. We definitely don't want Coco to wake up and see her father like that. Definitely don't want that. She looked as though he looked as though he was smiling. Okay, did not clock that at all. I didn't think it would literally just be him, but okay. Shoot. Shoot. Well, there was no disease in 999. There wasn't a disease in 999. There wasn't. I'm trying to remember if the one in Virtue's Last Reward, if it had any other side effects other than death and dying. It made you crazy. It made you absolutely insane. I remember that. But otherwise, I don't know what specifically it did. He looked as though he was smiling, and his eyes closed. He would never move again. Beep! The life readings from the capsule pod went blank, and the electric alarm sounded for what seemed like forever. We couldn't save him. Just saying. Just saying. Looking over at Sada and being like, what was that about, huh? What was that about? This is the first route that they recommend you do. This is crazy. This would be, if I had started with this and then later had to play through the Sada route, like maybe in context, maybe it would make sense when you put it in like other like context of the other routes. But like for right now, I feel like I'm still doing a decent enough time of like being like, hey, their experimentation is probably connected to the experimentation that's going on over here somehow, some way, maybe just the same company or something like that. But it wild wild that this is recommended first. We couldn't save him. We didn't have the power to save that man whose name we didn't. Takeshi, wake up. Wake up, my guy, wake up. whose name we didn't even know. My daughter. Please take care of her. My daughter. My daughter. My daughter. I reached out. I reached out my hands to the panel and turned off the alarm. How is Coco? Normal. You replied in a voice that was filled with tears. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong at the moment. Okay, thanks. We'll have to make sure he gets a proper burial. Yeah. Everyone was motionless for a while. Sorry. Proof of how serious the situation was lay right before our eyes. But time rolled ever forward. We didn't have any more room to play around. Dragging my legs, which seemed suddenly very heavy, I went to check all of the areas in IBF once again. I wonder if the reason why... So everyone was supposed to evacuate. The alarm that started this whole game was like, everyone get out of here now. We're all gonna die, get out of here now. And like everyone left except for us because we got left behind. But like, I wonder if that alarm was to say like, hey, this disease, it's gotten out of hand now. We can't let this get to the outside world, essentially. I wonder if that's it. We can't let this get to the outside world, so they had everyone else evacuate, but we're still down here. So it might be better, unfortunately, for a lot of reasons, now that we were in the general area, if we were to stay down here. Which isn't good, because that means we're basically doomed to die. Oh man, that would be crazy. That'd be crazy, actually. 999 made you crazy and flip your Nintendo DS. That's exactly what it did. It slowed your perception of time, which as a side effect made you crazy. Oh, okay, that was it. I see. And inevitably led to Sudoku puzzles. That's true. That's true. One thing I do remember as being ambivalent to his death is because he's one of the people making this virus. Also, yeah, Tsugumi's route should be done last or near last. Near last? The routes, the guide said first. I mean, the recommended guides, the few recommended guides that I saw, and I think they all generally had the same route order. So they said they recommended that you do this one first, and I'm like, why? Why? This seems kind of crazy. This seems kind of wild. In which case, if it really is that they're trying to keep us down here, I mean, at this point, they weren't necessarily trying to keep us specifically down here, but now that we're here, they might not want to help us, right? If they really do want to keep us down here, does that mean that the Sara end is a bad end? Does that mean that's a really bad end for humanity in that case? Because that's wild. Someone had to lock the door from the other side. It's Kingdom Hearts. It's Kingdom Hearts all over again. Remember the play order? I remember the play order being good, if I remember correctly. Well, I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to, obviously. You can do whatever you want, which is kind of nice. Again, I think the Steam version locks you into one specific playthrough, and I imagine that playthrough is going to have you do the Tsugumi route first, if I had to guess. Either way, you're locked into the Takeshi path, so you can't do anything about it. 1 second, let me take a sip of water here. All right, and then we go back over here. Yeah, I don't know why they would recommend her first. Her route explains almost everything. That's the feeling that I get too. Like, it's not a bad route to do first, but it's also just like I would personally, I would agree with that. Like, it's not a bad route to do first per se, but it's just, I just played through the Sada route, and it's like, well, that was certainly something. Why do you want us to start with this one? Maybe to lay the groundwork, and then you get to see other things, certain things. Again, it doesn't matter. You can play it any way that you would like. but it is rather an interesting suggestion. Huh. Dragging my legs, which seemed suddenly very heavy, I went to check all the areas in IBF once again. We had to find a way out as soon as possible. After searching again, the only thing we realized was that all of the escape pods were gone. The researchers had probably used them to get out. Okay, so, I mean, some other people have escaped, so... I mean, if the world gets hit with a virus, it's not our fault. It's not our problem. Other people have gone out, so... There were no deep water diving gear, no oxygen tanks, meaning all the routes of escape had been cut off. We were quickly approaching the earliest estimate time for Limu's implosion. It was May 6th, 4:30 p.m. 4:30 p.m.? 4:42 p.m.? Not fun. Not fun. This is not a fun route, I will say. Maybe they let you have a feel for the plot first, feel the dread and seriousness, and then end with only chat route for funsies. Just for the lulz. Just for the lulz. I'm guessing that's what it is. Yeah, it's just like, hey, just so that you know, we do have a story here. There is something happening in the background. All right, now go do something else instead. You know, go do everything else, and then come back around, and I guess we'll loop back around to the plot eventually. It is an interesting one though. It could be that they want you to understand a lot of stuff before doing the other routes. Yeah, the recontextualizing aspect of it. I don't think it's necessary, but I shouldn't be speaking to things I don't know about. I should finish the game and then like form my opinions on this. Right now, at the very least, I don't think it's necessary. So, I think Tsugumi's route for first. Let me try this again. I think Tsugumi's route first is to sort out the largest amount of mystery from the get-go, which helps to contextualize the other routes. The other routes are less about what's going to happen and more like how did these routes fit into the major mysteries that were dropped. Yeah. I guess maybe Sada's route just has the least of anything to do about it, you know? Sada didn't have anything to do with any of this. I mean, she does, obviously, but how much, so to speak? It's just a very interesting one where it's like recommended route order. Recommended route order is follow your heart. Follow your heart, I guess. But I can definitely see that. I think it's more interesting to go back and like, wow, this recontextualizes everything that I played and that sort of thing. But it's to each their own, like a personal preference sort of thing. We finished making our rounds. The kid had gone back to the examination room with you and Coco earlier. Tsugumi and I were talking in the corridor. Looks like we don't have any options. Yeah. So what do you want to do? What do I'm thinking about it. Really? Tsugumi smiled slightly. You really like to waste your time, don't you, Takeshi? This isn't wasting time. Sorry. But it seems just like something you do. Thinking about things that are impossible? When I said that, Tsugumi puffed up her cheeks. No, I didn't mean it like that. No, stop it. Stop it. Why do you have to tease me? Never thought I'd hear you say that. I have no idea what to do, but we'll find a way out of this somehow. We've made it this far. Tsugumi laughed at my efforts to sound positive. Yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine. I'm sure we'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be fine no matter what, I think. But, I don't know about the rest of us. I don't know about the rest of us. For example, who the fuck is Sada is much stronger as a question if you did Tsugumi first. Yeah, but I guess it also works both ways because it's like, who the fuck is Coco? Who the fuck is Coco? Who cares about her? Was my reaction at the very beginning. So, in that particular case, maybe it's just like a goes both ways sort of thing. But I do hear what you're saying. I think it's like either or at the very least right now. So but then there's no mystery in the roots. You know all the answers as soon as the problems start. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking as well, because like we could have gotten to another route, for example. And I'm not saying that I don't think never say never, but like for example, we could have come into a scene in which Takeshi We're playing as Kid, and Takashi like claws his throat out, and we're like, what the hell? Like, what just happened? And we wouldn't know anything about it. But you playing this route first tells you like, oh, so we know that he got the virus, you know, that sort of thing. So I feel like some of the intrigue and mystery more is what I would personally prefer, but it depends on the player, obviously. So sure, it's gonna be all right. A sound roared. Sure, it's gonna be all right. Is that what you said? Yeah. A sound roared in the distance. It was probably being transmitted through the water to IBF, where we were. Was it the sound of the thermal vents? I wonder if Limu was still hanging in there. Although the situation we were in didn't look that great, there were still various options available to us. Hey, Tsugumi, about that old guy. The researcher. Too bad, huh? Yeah, but I was thinking, why was he the only one left here? Everyone else got out earlier, right? Besides, those guys didn't make it. I'm sure some kind of circumstances kept him from escaping, and circumstances that kept him alive. Circumstances? Do you remember the entry logs we found on the terminals? Yeah, there were a few of them. Wait, are you saying... You remember, that journal entry we found? Oh, it was him. His last words were, take care of my daughter. I think that was Coco's dad. T.Y. Dr. Yagami, huh? He probably knew that Coco was here when the accident hit Limu. I don't think he did he? I'm sure he did. I mean, I think he knew, but I think maybe... When did he know? Because my thing is like, wouldn't he open the Himmel door immediately and be like, that's my daughter? Like, that's my daughter. Well, I guess he was afraid of like the virus getting in, but I mean, his daughter already has the virus anyway, so he opened the doors like, hey, please, to get her some help, essentially. Yeah, I'm sure he did. There's gonna be a player base that starts with Onishan and then and then ends at Onishan. There's certainly a player base to do that. Unless I think I don't remember specifically, but I think the Coco route is the only one that's locked off. But it is a very interesting concept. It's like doing the Sara route as a second to last one, where it's like, okay, all right, sure, yeah, let's get out of here together, yeah, yay, da, 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 da. It's just like so happy. Yeah, but in this specific order, instead of who the fuck is Coco, it then becomes why is she a ghost now? Isn't she a proper human? As opposed to why is she just a weird ghost in the Sara route first? My main point is that there is a handful of nuances that it probably works best in the recommended order, but we'll just have to see and talk about it after you complete the game, of course. Fair enough. I still think it works. I think it's, there is something... And again, I did the Sara route, so there is something very specific about spending so much time trying to save this one girl and then having her just blip out of existence and having the other one just be like, yeah, I'm here now. Like that kind of messed me up a little bit. So there is that. But I would agree. I have to kind of play through it to ultimately see what my thoughts are on the matter. Oh, good. I was about to make a joke about the researcher not knowing his daughter's right there. Literally right there. Maybe he survived because he was thinking about his daughter. Leaning against the wall, we watched the waves that calmly lapped in the pool. What do you think about Coco's condition? Why did Coco get TB anyway? Well, Coco had been at IBF at least once before May 1st. Maybe there was already an outbreak of the TB virus at that time. Does that mean the world outside is fucked? Is that what that means? What? TB's incubation period is 2 to 7 days. That's consistent with the timing of Coco's symptoms, isn't it? Yeah, I guess you're right. When Coco came to IBF, she was probably exposed to TB somehow. So she came here for a day, and then she left and went back home, and then she's here again now, essentially? Nodding to myself, I figured that had to be the most probable possibility. And it is very interesting because, like, why is she showing up as a ghost? Actually, why did she show up as a ghost? Actually, now that I think about it, huh? Okay, maybe the maybe the pods have the ability to like teleport you into like being a ghost form. What was that about? Anyway, however, everyone at IBF probably didn't realize the terrible truth that TB was spreading inside the installation. When they found that a few people had become infected, they must have panicked, and the situation got out of hand. As people started dying, the staff here tried to escape, and when the escape pods ran out... Wait, that means... That alarm meant... The alarm that we heard on May 1st in Limu was... Oh, no, sorry. I forgot. The passage of time is real and not an illusion. And not an illusion. We start here on May 1st. Okay. We start here on May 1st. And then it's been... And now it's May 7th. She was invited here to meet her father specifically. And I don't know... I guess that she did? Or maybe she didn't. Who's to say? Okay. Alright. I see. I couldn't stop myself from asking. Tsugumi frowned and continued. Probably one of the terrified staff members forced their way up from IBF to Limu. Without following the standard decompression procedure, they opened the emergency corridors and fled up to Incel Null. Those corridors remained open for a while, and the built-up gas inside the complex quickly escaped, which brought down the pressure. A section of Limu started flooding, and the watertight doors closed. Oh, okay. Okay. And that's how we ended up getting stuck here. Yup, that's right. Meaning the alarm that went off in Limu was for the abnormal installation pressure readings in the virus outbreak. You could say that it served a couple of functions. I can't believe it. All I could do was sigh in frustration. That's the reason that no rescue team is coming here? I'm sure that's it. With a solemn face, Tsugumi nodded. If the TV virus got out to the world outside, it would be devastating. I mean, it already is kind of... We don't know if it's already outside, so it is kind of devastating, yeah. Everyone outside is fucked. Is this a semi-recent visual novel now on its 2nd anniversary? I wish I remembered. There's too many of them. There's too many of them. I probably know. I probably know it, though. I probably know it. Zero Escape is a few years old now at this point, isn't it? The 3rd game, so... She probably went down there to see her dad, then her dad sent her up to play while he worked. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. He probably visited a little bit and then came back upstairs and was like, hey, hey, I'm around, basically. Alright, that's fair. If the TB virus got out to the world outside, it would be devastating. So if there were survivors in here, it would be necessary to lock them up at the bottom of the ocean. Leblique Pharmaceuticals may even be trying to hide the fact that there was an accident at all, knowing all the while that we're trapped here. I kicked a dirty old bottle that was at my feet. It landed in the pool and slowly sunk. Then I walked around, making stomping sounds as I went. I'm stomping intentionally. The sounds of our feet echoed loudly off the walls in the narrow corridor. Well, if that's the case, then, well, you know, that means we gotta get ourselves back to the surface no matter what. Why's that? So that we can tell the media all about what's happened, that's why. Actually, why did Kid get sick? I thought maybe Kid had gotten... In the Sara route, I thought that Kid had gotten sick because, like, hey, they're, because he did something, like, he was swimming a bunch, and it's like, maybe he got a fever from that, or, like, he had an open wound or something, essentially. Yeah, the wound in his hand, and I was like, maybe it got infected, and that's why he came down with a fever. It seemed like he had been sick for days and then had gotten better. So he had TB, essentially. He had the virus, and he took that outside with him. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Well, yep, that's a bad end. That's a bad end for sure. That's pretty bad, we'll say. So that we can tell the media all about what's happened here. That's why. We're gonna put it to Leblique. Never heard that expression before. No matter what, okay? Okay. That's more like the Takeshi I know. Puffing out her cheeks slightly, Tsugumi looked at me. Really? Yeah. Yeah, me too. I want to go with you, Takeshi. Together. Huh? Did you say something? It's nothing. Baka! Alright, there we go. There we go. Yay! For some reason, Tsugumi's face was red. Aw. Huh? I felt strange and suddenly stopped. I looked up. Takeshi, what's wrong? Tsugumi followed my gaze to the ceiling. There was nothing there. She returned her gaze to me. I'm not really sure, but for some reason, it's hard to breathe all of a sudden. Takeshi, your nose is bleeding. Oh shit. Oh shit. You've got a nosebleed. Tsugumi, can you get out of here? I don't know. If you can't die, surely you can just swim up to the surface. You'll die multiple times and then you'll just wake up and then go back again, right? I don't want to leave you down here, please. Oh, I'm starting to feel a sense of dread. I don't know, like a dread in my stomach that's just like, no, please don't do this to her. Please don't do this to her. You've got a nosebleed. Huh? I quickly put my hand to my nose. My upper lip was wet with something. Hey, are you okay? Tsugumi looked worriedly at my face. It's fine. It's fine. I looked up and wiped under my nose as I replied. I wasn't thinking anything sexual. Absolutely. Positively. That's not what I okay. It's not like I don't care about that. I don't care. I'm just asking, are you okay? Well, alright then. My nose wouldn't stop bleeding. I look like such a dork. Who cares what you look like? I care. Looking like this in front of you, Huh? Huh? What? Come on, what? Tsumi started shaking my shoulder. Achoo! I let out a huge sneeze. Ew! Splat. Blood flew out from my nose, but also from my mouth in large amounts. Are you okay? Are you good? Everybody, are you okay? Danganronpa is such an easy answer. Such an easy answer there. Danganronpa is older than 2 years. Dangan is much older than 2 years old. Yeah, yeah. I'm focusing on the more semi-recent. But I wasn't sure what the second anniversary was referring to. So, bro, they were doing human experimentations on children. I think they can sweep this. I think they can sweep this clean. I think they'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, they were able to cover up the fact. I guess they were like, Tsugumi's dead. Don't even worry about it. You know, her parents. They're like, don't even worry about it. We'll take care of the body for you. I'm sure you never want to see this. And then they somehow got access to her. So it's a large corporation. So. Corey, I know she's a Soon. It's okay. It's okay. She's a Soon. See, this is an old game, so nosebleeds means that he was being perverted. No biggie Ebola here. I know he's going for. I know he's just trying to lighten the mood, but also like, devastating. Devastating. If I were Tsugumi, I would also be like, what the fuck? I know you're not okay. So, blood flew from not only my nose, but also from my mouth in large amounts. It was splattered all over the floor and onto the wall. I was suddenly assaulted by dizziness. The world felt like it was spinning. For some reason, I can't keep steady. Although I didn't feel so great, it seemed funny for some reason, and I laughed. What's with this? Takeshi, hang in there. Quit shaking me, it's making me feel sick. Sorry. No, I'm fine. Don't worry, Tsugumi. I mean, Tsugumi has the ability to make us immortal, right? Which is bad. I mean, it's not like the best thing in the world, like she was saying. Like, it sucks being immortal, and I get that. I genuinely get that. And we don't know what the state of the world's gonna be like. The virus might already be out there. There's gonna be a ton of different stuff going on. It might straight up be awful outside, right? In at least a few years, or maybe, I don't know, maybe today. Maybe today in game. So with all of that in mind, it is kind of difficult to say one way or the other, but like, she could make us all immortal, for example. And if she did that, if she did go through with that, then we would all be immortal together. And we would be less alone, right, guys? Right? Maybe, possibly. I don't know. I don't know. I'm very nervous. No, I'm fine. Don't worry, Tsugumi. You're not fine at all. You're bleeding all over, Takeshi. We need to get you to the examination room and get you looked at right away. Yeah. It wasn't a good situation. I need to get a hold of myself. I tried to calm myself down. With Tsugumi supporting me, I walked down the corridor. Just then, a door flew open in front of us. It was the examination room. Out of it flew you. Oh no, no! You're next then! I don't like that. I don't like that. Tsugumi, Kuranari, the kid's in bad shape. Her face changed color as she shouted. The kid, what's wrong? He's in trouble. It'll be faster if you come and look and... No. Kuranari, you too? You noticed the shape that I was in, and her face turned pale. Takeshi, too. What are you talking about? Oh, shoot. If we didn't have to deal with the facility exploding, we also have to deal with the virus now. Alright, cool. Alright, neat. Sorry, Autobot. Blood out of the mouth. Mega perv. Tsunosun, yandere. Or both? Possibly? Perhaps? Mayhaps? Remember that at the end I have no mouth and I must scream. The main character was also immortal. That is true. That is true. I would just hate that for Tsugumi. That'd suck really majorly, really bad. And I guess it's not a good idea to make everybody else immortal too, but also like I just don't want to leave her here alone, you know? I just don't want to leave her here alone. So the kid was sleeping on the LMRI. His results from the scan came up on the control panel's monitor. Tief Blau 2017 revision 17. The kid's been infected with Tief Blau too. I remember in Zeroscape, the kid, Quark, he would be infected with the virus sometimes, but we never saw a route in which he actually died. And a lot of people, including myself, were guessing that maybe it's because he's a child, and seeing a child die from a virus is kind of a morbid thing. But the rest of the adults, they can die. They can die, whatever, who cares? So maybe we're not gonna see Coco and Kid die here. I wouldn't want to. So, but I'm guessing the rest of us, you, Takeshi, we're kind of screwed here a little bit. We're kind of screwed, perhaps. The kid's been infected with Tief Blau too. How could that happen? Why? He's been with us the whole time. So why did he get, maybe because there was a carrier with us the whole time as well? Why and where did he get TB? I mumbled to myself, finding it hard to breathe all of a sudden. Takeshi, just calm down. None of us know where he got exposed to it. None of us know. Again, as years have gone on, I mean, I guess you wouldn't know at this point. As years have gone on, especially in more recent times, we've become more aware of like viruses and like how they work and different things like that. Like this could be the answer. So I guess just like an average person is not going to know how a virus works, so they're just kind of like, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a doctor, but I'm guessing we can probably do something, you know? Takeshi, I want you to get scanned too. Why? Just let me scan you, please. It isn't normal to start spewing blood from your nose and mouth, okay? Yeah, I know, but... Tsugumi gently took the kid off of the LMRI examination table and forcefully put me up on it. Pressing on both my shoulders, she forced me down on the table. You don't have to do that. Fine, I'll let you check me. I brushed Tsugumi's hands off me. See, I'm lying down now. Okay, you, please start the scan. Oh, okay. You started operating the control panel. The scanning light from the laser crawled slowly up my body. After a while, the scan's finished. What's it say? My voice cracked as I asked the question. At least say something, you. The results are... You stared at the panel without moving. The results are positive. You're infected too, Takeshi. Tsugumi read the monitor for me. Really? I'm sorry to say it, but... Since coming into IBF... No, it must have been longer. Since coming to Limu, all of us. No, is it just because... Not necessarily. If the... Well... The game starts on May 1st. It has an incubation period of 2 to 7 days. So not necessarily that we all had it before. Because we could have been down here and we could have gotten it from Coco, who maybe perhaps visited her father for like 30 minutes before going to the amusement park. Perhaps. Although if you take the new game into account, if you take the new game into account, you'll see that Coco actually goes in along with Takeshi, which would imply that she never actually met up with her father. Huh. Huh, who's to say? Okay. All right. Also a bit of a student since he never admitted to how much he loved them. That is true. That is true as well. So, oh my god, no child death, man. No child death, man. Oh man. I don't want to see. I don't want to see them die. I care about these characters a lot. Quark though is like, I don't know. Quark was barely in the story if I had to remember correctly. So, also welcome on in, Count. Hello. I hope you've been doing well. More tuna sandwiches for Tsuyumi. more tuna sandwiches for her. That's always great, right? Right. There's no food down here, isn't there? I mean, there might be. Maybe the researchers left some food, but like she would essentially be starving to death and then come back to life again and then starve again. You know, like it's just bad. It's just bad all around. It must be awful for her. Even today, people don't admit that you can pass a virus orally. Yep, that is true, unfortunately. So it is kind of like a basic like non-awareness of viruses. I don't know. When I was playing Zero Escape, it's like, what did I think of the virus in that one? I'm pretty sure I just thought to myself, like, yeah, you came in contact with the person, that's how it works. But like, not everybody's gonna be aware of the facts. So, what is this, parallel worlds or something else? We don't know yet. Yeah, we don't know. It might be parallel worlds are real and fine and okay. On top of everything else, just throw in parallel worlds on top of everything. It'll be fine. It will be great. Oh man, I don't know if my brain can take much more of this, but possibly. I mean, people don't admit it to a lot of things. They don't admit to a lot of things, unfortunately. So, since coming to IBF, no, it must have been longer. Since coming to Limu, all of us have been infected for quite some time. Is that really how it works? Can't it be that we got here on the first and like maybe the researcher who got outside, maybe he passed by us when he was running away and then we all got infected? Tsugumi hung her head and let out a big sigh. Damn it. I stood up from the LMRI and was assaulted by a terrible dizzy spell. We only have 3 pods according to this, so not great. Not great. Whoa. Takeshi, watch out! The one to steady me from falling was the kid. But from the looks of it, his legs weren't very steady either. Putting my hand on the wall, I somehow held myself up. We're in trouble, huh? Yeah, you could say that again. If only we had that serum, the orange one. The kid pressed... I don't know if I said this when we used it. I was like, maybe we should save it in case we can make another dosage of it, like we did in the other game. I don't think I said that out loud, 'cause I don't know. You wouldn't think to have one down here necessarily, so who's to say? The kid pressed his hand to his face. As he wiped his mouth, I noticed a thin trail of blood there. Yeah, the serum. If they've been handling TB here at IBF, there should be some of that. If we use that, then the symptoms should lessen. I went around the examination room and checked to see if there was anything, if I could find it anywhere. Tsugumi and Courie hurriedly started checking through the medicine cabinets. I mean, the other guys in the other room, they probably would have saved themselves if that were possible, right? Perhaps. I thought that was what she was implying. You all somehow got infected as soon as you came to Limu. Oh, okay. That's what she's implying. Okay. The way that she made it sound was like, yeah, we were the ones who brought in the virus somehow because we all became infected in our day-to-day lives or something. I don't know. At least the way that the sentence was structured to me, that was how I read it. But okay. That makes a lot more sense because I was freaking out if that wasn't the case. The kid sank to the floor. He didn't look very good. His breathing was ragged. He had lines of pain etched on his face. It's no good. It doesn't look like there's any here. I can't find any either. The 2 of them were shaking their heads. Damn, what are we gonna do? Woof woof. Dog, are you gonna be okay? Hey, Pee-Pee, you seem like you're doing pretty well. Without noticing me, PB had come up and was darting around my legs. His tail was wagging frantically. He suddenly dropped a few... Woo! How is he doing this? He suddenly dropped a few small objects from his mouth. What? Where'd you get... What's wrong? You ran over to where we were. This is the orange serum. I wonder if, because there's only 3 pods here, and there might be more, like, maybe off-screen that we can't see, but if there's only 3, it's Coco, Kid, and then you. Maybe he's gonna leave them in there, and then what happens? I guess Takeshi is just kind of... He's screwed. He's screwed, essentially. Pee-Pee picked up one of the fallen objects in front of Pee-Pee. It was a small capsule. A capsule with orange liquid inside of it. Not the dog. Where's the dog finding these? I like to imagine the dog is just like throwing them up. It's just like, yeah, I ate like 20 of them beforehand, so don't worry about it. Genuinely, how is this working? How is this possible? I wonder, I know that that Sara and you were talking about it a little bit, like the idea of robot dogs and how common they were in this in this world. Is Pee-Pee not real? Is Pee-Pee a robot dog that can just, I don't know, cough up serums whenever he feels like it? Is that what it is? Because if so, that would be wild. That would be absolutely insane. Usually diseases don't cross species, so it'll be okay. Usually. Yeah, usually, most of the time. With a very deadly virus like this, I just wanted to make sure, but the dog seems to be fine. The dog will be okay. The dog swallowed like 20 of these beforehand, so the dog is definitely okay. The dog ate my research and now and now they couldn't cure the thing. Oh man. It was a small capsule, a capsule with orange liquid inside of it. 4 of them had fallen on the floor. Where'd you find that, Pee-Pee? I didn't know if he'd understand me, but I asked Pee-Pee anyway. Pee-Pee shook his head from side to side. How is he doing that? Okay, robot dog. Robot dog. Yep. That hamster, though, that was definitely real because we saw Tsugumi squish it for funsies. Were there any more of these? He shook his head. This is all of them. Woof. He nodded. Well, we need to take these immediately. Sorry, you, but get these ready. You're the only one who knows how to give shots. I found some syringes over here, you. Okay. We gathered all the cartridges of serum from the floor and put them on the bed. But no, it wouldn't make any sense to put them in the pods, supposedly. Because we're all still gonna die. We all still have a time limit, you know? So, Looking slightly doubtful, you prepared the syringes one at a time and gave the kid and me our shots. Phew, we can relax for a while now. Thanks, you. You're welcome. Sitting with his back against the wall, the kid gave you a thumbs up. After that, he smiled and closed his eyes. He must have fallen asleep. Tsugumi and I carried the kid over to the empty bed. What do we do about Coco? She's still undergoing oxygen treatment, so we can't open the pod. It looks like the treatment is progressing normally. As long as she's in there, I don't think her condition will get much worse. As soon as it's done, let's give Coco a shot too. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah, you should probably give yourself a shot too, don't you think, you? Huh? No, The next shot had already been prepared, but for some reason Yu was stalling. Okay, there we go. There we go. Only took like a second or two there. Alright. Suddenly, Yu started coughing. Hey, give yourself a shot, quickly! But I just... She wouldn't stop coughing. Her arm that held the syringe started to shake. Breathe deep. Her coughing finally stopped, but her hands wouldn't go still. What's wrong? You aren't feeling well? You want me to give the shot to you? No way! I don't like shots. You could die! You could die! Get over it! Huh? You didn't have a problem sticking anyone else. You don't like getting them yourself. Well, yeah, 'cause they hurt. Just look away! Just look away! You puffed out her cheek stubbornly. What are you talking about? Your life's on the line here. You don't have a choice, so give me the syringe. Ugh. Reaching out quickly, I lashed onto Yu's arm. I'm the type of person who definitely likes to see when I'm getting like blood drawn or getting like shots or anything like that. I have to watch and like stare intensely in order to not panic and freak out. So like, you know, not like the worst thing in the world that she has this anxiety, but also like figure a way to get over it quick, quick, like literally right now, because we need you to be alive and stay healthy. Gollum, but dog, perhaps. Phoebe is Doctor Who's robot K9, just covered with AVT. Maybe, possibly, honestly. Oh man, freaking AVT again. I like to watch. Yeah. It's like something about like seeing it is a lot better. I remember I was in the hospital once. I had to do a surgery, and this is like a long time ago. And I didn't have my glasses on. And so the nurse came in. He came to do blood work, I think, or like to do blood work. And I was like, I was kind of freaking out because I didn't have my theoretical glasses on that, of course, I wear. But maybe I don't wear because because you know. But I was like, I don't have my theoretical glasses on with me. And I was like, I can't see. I can't see. I'm freaking out. So I was like, the monitor thing just kind of started going like beep beep beep. Like I was freaking out a little bit. I was freaking out, and I was like, hey, can I have my glasses? He was like, oh yeah, sure. And he gave me my glasses, and then I was like, oh, okay, so now you can take the blood work. And he did, and he was like, that's amazing. That's the first time I've ever seen that ever happen. It's like, what the hell? why do you like to just like watch as the blood work's getting done? It's like I have to see, otherwise I start panicking. So theoretically not visually impaired. Yeah, I just wear contacts, guys. I just wear contacts. Don't worry about it. Look at my blood going to the back. Wee! Nursing, can you add a loop? But yeah, there is something about seeing it that's just like, it makes you more, I don't know, to me it makes me more calm overall. So Courie would be the kind of person that grabs that syringe and just jab it into you. I may not be the best doctor. Good thing I'm not a doctor. Good thing I'm a space delivery girl and not a doctor, because I would not have time for that. I'd be like, you gotta get over it quick, man. You gotta get over it like literally now. I'm similar. I don't need to do one way or another, but I prefer to see it happen. Yeah. There's just something about it. Reaching out quickly, I latched onto Yu's arm. Tsugumi, hold her down. Roger. Tsugumi forced Yu to sit on the bed and held her so that she couldn't move. Hey! What are you doing? Ouch! Stop complaining! Get over it. I grabbed onto Yu's arm and stuck the needle into it. Hey! Where do you think you're sticking that? You've got it all wrong, not there! Stop mangling me! Stop! Go more slowly! Stop scrubbing around so much! The angles are wrong! I don't know anything about doctoring, but you don't want to do this yourself, so... You're gonna get air bubbles in it. Stop complaining. You can't do it yourself. You suck. You suck. I love her so much, man. She's great. Shut up. Stop it. Let me go. I'm dying. You idiot. We're giving this to you so you won't die. Tsugumi slumped her shoulders. Yu was throwing a tantrum like a spoiled child. Small droplets of red stained the white sheets of the bed. After that, Yu got scanned by the LMRI. I suspected she had come down with TB. We didn't have room to mess around anymore. In the end, Yu wouldn't let me do it, and she ended up giving herself the shot. Okay, fair enough. As long as you're giving yourself the shot, I don't care. I don't care. Just get it done. Complaining the whole time with tears in her eyes. She's so freaking dramatic. 5:36 p.m. I'm not sure how long her condition will hold with just one shot. Hey, you. Do you think you can do anything after it stops working? She was sitting by the computer terminal, silently typing on the keyboard. You, tell me what we can expect. Don't talk to me, I can't concentrate. Alright. I'm trying my best. But someone has put a lock on the communications protocol, and we can't make contact with the surface. Why would somebody do that? I guess just to not report, like, hey, don't talk about anything that's happening down here, essentially. Special delivery, a syringe. Dr. Cosmos. She's great. She's wonderful. He's wonderful. She's really great. Actually, he's doing the opposite of shocking. Technically true. Technically true. But every once in a while, I found some communication data that crosses through. If I can release that lock, or... Well, anyway, we just might be able to get through somehow. At least it's better than Limu, where we had no way of making contact. Alright, show me what you got, genius. Okay. I left you for a while and went to look for the monitor attached to the console pod. Tsugumi came over to stand next to me and looked at the monitor. How's Coco doing? She's in serious but stable condition. Really? According to the monitor, it would be 4 hours before Coco could leave the pod. The pod was full of high-pressure oxygen. We couldn't take Coco out of there until that time had come. We should probably get Kid into a pod too, don't you think? Yeah, let's get it ready. But for some reason, we couldn't get the hatch on the furthest pod to close. Uh-oh, that's not good. That's not good. It is also time for the next break of the stream, and I think I'm feeling good. I think I'm feeling fine. I'm gonna go get myself some water, but I think we're still set to continue. I wouldn't want to put down the game even if I, even if I were in dire straits. I wouldn't want to put down the game because honestly, like I don't have the time for this during the week, so it's like I really want to get through as much as I can. So let me go over. I'm gonna loop back around here, and then we go over to Burb screen. Alrighty. If you are here, stretch, get some water, all the good stuff. It's time for the next break. I will see you all in 3 minutes. See you then. Alrighty, I am back. Let me go over back to here, and then to... which one is this? This one. This one, there we go. Alrighty, I didn't realize it's after midnight. I did start at 9. I didn't realize I'm still, like, I don't know, I'm still on my... There was a time that I would start streaming at 8, but there was a time that I would stream at 7, starting at 7 p.m. as well. So, like, I'm still on that, like, mentally in my brain, so I, like, look at the clock and it's like, it's after midnight? How? How? Not realizing that I started at a later time. So, but yes, continuing. It wasn't easy, but I took the dead researcher out of his pod and set him outside. Dr. T.Y. He was dead. He looked like he was smiling at the very end, but his expression had betrayed his agony after all. It was probably best that Coco hadn't seen her dead father's face. Yeah, probably for the best. Maybe we can, like, put him in a different room. I'm just saying, like, maybe, possibly. Tsugumi sterilized the pod and finished cleaning up. I shook awake the kid, who was sleeping in the bed. Hey, kid, the pod's ready. Wake up. Takeshi? He slowly opened his eyes. Sorry to wake you up, kid, but I need you to get in the capsule pod. What? He opened his eyes wide at my words. What about everyone else? There's only one pod we can really use, so you get in. Okay, so the children are safe. The children are safe? The rest of us, maybe not so much. No way. What? Forget about it. Why should I be the only one to... I can't just abandon everyone. It's not like that. It's about how sick you are. You're the most serious case after Coco. Still, forget it. Once I get into the pod, I can't get out for a while, right? No way. I want to stay by Coco. Getting up out of bed, the kid staggered quickly over to Coco's pod. I'm not moving here until we know that everyone's getting out. He clung to the pod. I thought about trying to pull him off, but he seemed absolutely determined not to move. You stupid brat. What the hell are you saying? Forgetting my own exhaustion, I began to shout at the kid. Don't you want to escape? If you want to get out, you have to listen to me. If you get any worse, even if you get in the pod, it might be too late. But... Listen, there's only one more shot of serum left. Only one more shot, okay. I pointed to the empty capsule left in the empty bed. Unless the dog produces more. Pee-pee? Magical, oh ye magical dog. Do you have any more left on reserve? I pointed to the orange capsule left on the empty bed. So... What? Wait, why is there one left? All of a sudden, the questions flew. Hey! What? You turned away from the terminal as well. What are you talking about? That cartridge is for Coco, right? Tsugumi mumbled with her face slightly turned away. So that's it. Everyone's gazes finally rested on Tsugumi. You know, Tsugumi, I still haven't given you an injection. She doesn't need it. Like, she literally does not need it. Yeah. So? Tsugumi mumbled with her eyes averted. I'd forgotten before. I injected Kananari in the kid with a shot. Then I got busy, and then... So out of the 4 shots, we still have one left. Getting up from the terminal, you spoke acidly. How are you feeling, Tsugumi? You're not in pain? Come to think of it, Tsugumi hadn't given any symptoms. She didn't show any signs of the TB virus. I dredged up Tsugumi's old words from the depths of my memory. Highly improved immune system and increased metabolic efficiency. There we go. I can read, I promise. Telomeres that continue to rejuvenate. It couldn't be. Tsugumi, I want you to get scanned right now. Courie virus P carrier. Tsugumi's genetic makeup had been altered by Courie, giving her incredible rejuvenation powers against illness and injuries. Okay, so I guess I did go back briefly to see the story and like the names. It was Tom, and then Julia, and then Dr. Caven. Those were the 3 characters in the Never 7 story of it. And I didn't know what Courie syndrome referred to specifically. In the context of Never 7, it's about delusions. It's about delusions and being so like, just so like I'm not sick, and being within your own mind that it possibly makes reality made manifest, but maybe it doesn't, because maybe it's all in your head. I don't know. They were kind of vague about it. But no, this is Courie specifically. The fact that you can just get better from something. And I guess the delusions maybe were possibly something else. Or maybe they're, I don't know. Maybe they're just writing this up on the fly. Maybe they're rewriting it in real time. So, because this is a little different from how I remember it. Tsugumi had also been infected with TB, but she'd already been able to make the antibodies and drive out the virus. Courie. Tsugumi had gone beyond the normal human capability. She had mentioned that she was special. She's quite a bit taller than you. She is quite a bit taller than you. That's what I was saying. Like one of the other times, she's like quite a bit taller than everyone else. To be honest, I think Takashi is still like the tallest person here, but like she's very tall. Successful cases of genetic manipulation were probably exceedingly rare. Courie. Noted. Looking at the results from the LMRI scan, you nodded. I found it in Limu's database, but I'd heard about it once before. I never would have imagined that you're a carrier of the Courie virus, Tsugumi. I don't care if you hate me. Hate you? Why would I? Well then, are you scared? I'm a little scared. I'm a little scared. So you got the Courie virus from Julia. That's what it is. You got that from Julia, and it morphed into your very specific thing, but it's still the same virus, I guess. So that means Julia is also living forever. Have you ever reconnected with her? I feel like you should. I feel like you should definitely talk to her. You're scared of me, aren't you, you? You're probably thinking that you don't want anything more to do with me, right? I wouldn't think that. You shook her head fiercely. Why? Why would you say that? Well, Tsumi bit her lip and said, well, because I can be here, and I don't have to suffer. It could be that I'll just watch all of you throw up blood, and eventually when you're crawling on the floor, I'll be laughing at you. Because I'm just a cruel person like that. Because I'm just like that. Tsumi couldn't you can look Tsugumi in the eyes. I don't think you would do that. I mean, you doesn't know Tsugumi technically all that well, but obviously you wouldn't do that. You'd just be horrified and, left with our dead bodies, and that would suck. Again, that would suck pretty bad, I will say. I don't think you're like that. Clutching Coco's pod, the kid spoke up. I don't think you're a bad person at all. I mean, you're the one who saved Coco, right? You risked your life to save someone. Yeah, so what? To tell you the truth, I regret it now. Coco is suffering from TB now, isn't she? She's stuck in that pod, and she's suffering. If I hadn't had the stupid whim to do that, this wouldn't be happening right now. Yeah, but I mean, a lot of other things might have been in place instead, so. The kid turned away from Tsugumi. Tsugumi, stop it right now. I yelled at her with all my might. I ran over to her and grabbed her by the collar. Are you still talking garbage like that? Saying things you don't really mean? I mean it. Stop lying to yourself. It isn't a lie. It's the truth. The only one who TB isn't affecting is me. I let go of Tsugumi. So how about it, Takeshi? Are you ready to accept the truth now? I saw you kill a hamster in front of me. That's when I was ready to accept the truth. What the hell? Tsugumi, get over it. I know. But I also mean, like, come on. I guess more so, maybe she's talking about, like, hey, like, did you know life sucks? And Takashi was like, no, life is amazing. And it's like, can you see it now? Life sucks. It totally sucks. Do you see my reasoning now? Still no. Still the answer is no. Tsugumi, probably just pretending, smiled and looked at me. Yeah, it is an indisputable fact. Fine, I'll accept it. No, it's not about that. Okay, well, again, I saw you kill a hamster. I don't know what you want from me, lady. Wait, what if you can make a cure from her blood? I'm guessing you can. Or if you can't, again, we can all just literally just be immortal from her blood. But it's hard to say, like, it's a big, like, moral impact thing. Do we really want that? Tsugumi's not going to say yes to that so easily. You're gonna be like, yeah, this sucks. You're gonna know how it is to be me now. That definitely sucks. So, who's to say? But I think... my thing is that they created this virus, didn't they? This seems like a lab virus that, like, they created and then it got out of hand. I don't know why they did that, but they were also experimenting on Tsugumi. Maybe they were trying to find a virus that would rival the likes of what she could do, but I mean, they obviously failed. It's hurting everyone else except her, so I don't know. I don't know the specifics behind it, but theoretically, it should work. You might just help us get better. Wait, you might just help us get better. What did you say? Just then, Tsugumi's expression became serious. Well, I'm not a doctor, so I can't really tell, but smallpox, penicillin, snake antivenom. You're pretty smart, so this should make sense to you, right? No way. Oh. But no, wouldn't that just make us immortal in the process? It's our only chance. Your body is creating antibodies to the Tief-Blau virus, so we'll use that. I mean, it's just creating antibodies. It's just creating the antibodies of all time that can defend against literally anything. Yeah? So it can defend against aging as well. Are we sure? If we can get those antibodies, then there's a small chance we can fight off the Tief-Blau. It's too dangerous. Tsugumi's expression was getting more and more worked up. Do you have any idea how hard it is to make antibodies and vaccines that work? There's almost no chance. Yeah, none of us know what we're doing. I don't think we should get involved, but... I mean, you said Chami had drank, like, a little bit of your blood, so, I mean, you know, kind of weird, but... kind of weird. But if we got, like, a small drop of your blood, then all of us would live, right? We'd all be okay. If you make even the slightest mistake, it could kill all of you. If we don't do anything, we're dead anyway. She sucked in her breath. Without moving, Tsugumi's expression turned to ice. You and the kid, who had been staring at the ground the whole time, raised their heads and looked at me. That's right. If we don't do anything, we're dead. And if that's the case, it's better that we take this risk, no matter how small our chance of survival. Ow. Damn it, not another nosebleed. A nosebleed and I'm coughing up blood. I can't believe how lame this is. I wiped off my nose and my chin. Kill a hamster? Kill a hamster? I don't know. I obviously don't know some recent visual novels as well as I think I do. Obviously I don't. There can't be a cure. They would have to call it Courie Cure, and that would be too dumb to put on paper. They'd roll with it. There have been dumber things that have been named. Naming sense is not a thing for everybody. It's certainly not a thing for everyone. So... just call it Cure. Problem solved. Problem solved. There you go. To die from horrible, horrible virus or be immortal. According to Tsugumi, immortality is worse. That's what she's arguing. But I mean, like, would you really rather us die here? Like, we're gonna die and, like, you're gonna be here alone until the facility implodes, and then theoretically, possibly, you should just, like, grow your limbs back and you'll be fine. Are you sure you want that for yourself? What? You aren't gonna laugh at me for being such a dork, Tsugumi? Come on, laugh, Tsugumi. I held out my hand toward her. It was covered in blood. Stop it. Stay away from me. Stop. I don't want to. Shaking her head fiercely, Tsugumi backed away. Kuranari. Yu was moving to stand up, but I lifted my hand, signaling her to stop. Listen, Kuranari, Tsugumi. Yu opened her mouth to talk from where she was seated at the terminal. There's a simple lab in the back of the examination room. I saw a centrifuge and a machine for refining serum. We could probably use that to safely extract the Tief-Blau antibodies. Can you do that? I guess you can just do that. Sure. If this can scan for Tief-Blau, it can probably scan for the antibodies and extract them. She continued to talk in a low, calm voice. Tsugumi, please help us. I'm asking you. Stay away from me, Takeshi. Don't touch me. I had backed her all the way up to the bed. You want to live with this disease? Once you've got the Courie virus, you can't go back. Do you have any idea what you're in for? She couldn't go back any farther. Tsugumi searched for the bed behind her with her hand. With the tip of her outstretched hand, she brushed across the only dose of serum left. But we don't know that the Courie virus will infect everyone. Even you, you said you were special, right? Please, I'm begging you. Let me take a gamble, so that everyone can live. I stood quietly in front of Tsugumi. My legs were unsteady. My vision was hazy. But I stepped forward strongly and stood up straight. I looked deeply into Tsugumi's eyes. Man, I miss Sora. Sorry, I just got hit with a wave of like, man, we're never gonna see her again. At least not in this timeline. Aw, boo. I was trying to look inside to see what lay behind them. I just want to see like what would she do in this scenario? What would she be saying, if anything at all, you know? Like a core member of the cast is just gone now. So you won't be able to stay with people anymore. I can stay with you though, because we're both the same exact situation. I don't want everyone to live with the pain that I have. Large tears welled in her eyes. I hate myself. Smack. I slapped Tsugumi on the side of her face. Dang, my guy. Dang, okay. She clenched her jaw tightly against the pain and glared at me. Just then, I pounced on the remaining dose of the serum, stealing it out of Tsugumi's hand. I took it and smashed it into 1,000 pieces on the cold hard surface of the examination floor. We could have, sure. I guess you could do that too. No way to work out exactly if the antibodies are gonna work, so we could have saved that just in case, but okay. Okay. It let out a sad little sound and splintered into powdery fragments. There she is. The Ever 17. And the theme song starts playing. Yup, okay. Alright. For no reason at all, I'm gonna save. We're not ending here, I'm just gonna save. Hold on. Takeshi, Tsugumi, Courie virus. There we go. We are on the Tsugumi route. We are here. Finally. We are here. Oh, man. Oh, man. Imagine becoming immortal and being crushed by the Earth's quantity of water pressure every waking moment of existence at the bottom of the ocean or something. That's what I was wondering as well. It's like, is that gonna happen? Or like, can she just slowly, maybe possibly swim to the top bit by bit? Perhaps, mayhaps. That's like, I don't know. It's like, it's possible. So. My guy's an idiot. My guy's an idiot. He's just like, yeah, I'll just go along with it. I've not seen Old Guard, by the way. I have not seen it. But I guess maybe that's like a similar concept or idea. It's the time of all time. What are you doing? There's no other way. We've only got one choice. We've only got one option open to us now. You idiots. Do you know what you've done? You didn't have to do that. You know I can't fight you. With her lips trembling and her shoulders shaking, Tsugumi sank down onto the bed. Yeah, I know. You jerk! You animal! You're a coward! She nestled up close to me and began to cry. I don't care what you have to say. I don't care how much you curse me. You idiots! You idiots! If you mess this up, I'll never forgive you, Takeshi. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. I promise you, we're all gonna get out of this, okay? That's what she say, but I don't know about that. She raised her voice in a loud wail. She started crying like a small animal. She threw everything that was holding her back and cried with everything she had. You started operating the terminal. The refining machine whirred to life. The scanner also started to move. Wiping her tears away, she stuck out her arm. You gently took her arm and drew some blood. The whole time, Tsumi held onto my hand. She continued to cry, letting out sobs occasionally. I feel bad for her, man. I feel bad for her, man. I mean, yeah, ultimately, I do think this is a better choice. Like, I don't necessarily agree with her, but I also, like, I get it. She's just like, I don't want to inflict this on anyone else, man. It sounds like she would have needed therapy to parse the idea that, like, maybe immortality, maybe immortality is, you know, it can be suffering, but maybe not as bad as you think it is. It's just that you went through a lot of trauma when you were a child. You saw multiple people die. Like, it sucked. Maybe to, like, put it into perspective on, like, how this could be a little bit better. But, like, I do partially agree with her. Yeah, it sucks. It's not the greatest thing in the world. So, Old Guard is a movie about a bunch of immortals and how they maintain their humanity despite knowing that they will never die. That actually sounds pretty interesting. That actually sounds kind of nice. And probably the exact type of thing that I would enjoy. Again, it's like, I really love, I guess, like time stories, time-based stories. I think they're pretty interesting and pretty cool. Again, I don't know, last 109 in stream, Doremi was just, like, telling us, like, her adult visual novel, recommendations. And one of the ones that she brought up was Chronobox, and I was like, can I play this on stream? Because it actually looks interesting. The answer is no. You definitely cannot play it on stream. But I would have liked to. It's like, it seems rather interesting. So, man, I remember how the biggest problem they had was just some water pressure and not even the immortality curse. Possibly world-ending virus spreading everywhere and TV. Yeah, this is not what I was expecting. Coming off of Never 7 especially, where the stakes are pretty low. They're relatively low. Whereas I was a little disappointed overall not disappointed. I was just like, okay, so not as crazy yet. And I wasn't thinking this game would be so crazy, but we're definitely starting to get a little crazy now. We're definitely starting to get there, so. Continued to cry, letting out sobs occasionally. My consciousness started to fade. I lost all sense of time. It was hard to tell if it was reality or a dream. Was I alive? Was I dead? I think going back to the other point that I was making is, like, if anyone has any, like, time-based recommendations, I guess. Time is the theming of, like, a Groundhog Day or, like, anything like that, or, like, something like this. Feel free to recommend it to me, because I'm always taking recommendations for stories like that. Because, like, I think they're kind of cool. I think they're kind of neat. So, like, Old Guard would be an example. It seems like it'd be kind of cool. And where was the me that was thinking about all these things? It's fine now. I think it worked. I prepared the shots. So next, it's up to you, Tsugumi. If you don't wake up from this, I'll never forgive you. Not as long as I live. Tsugumi, where are you going? Well, I left a friend of mine upstairs. I've got to go meet him. My best friend. Oh. What? You left the hamster upstairs? You didn't bring the hamster with you? His name is Chummy. Chummy. See you. 9:15 p.m. I woke up from my stupor. A stale, cold feeling. I realized that I had been sleeping sprawled on the floor. I slowly raised my body. I tried opening and closing my fist. Strange. The movement left me with an uncomfortable sensation, like it wasn't my own. I shook my head. I tried slapping my cheek. I breathed in the cold air, then breathed out. Strange. The inside of my head stayed dull and murky. I'm guessing this is probably part of what she was experiencing as well? Oh, man. I dragged myself to consciousness, forcefully reeling myself back to clarity. Or maybe it's just us waking up. Fair enough. Putting my hands on the floor, I pulled up from my heavy, aching body. My feet falter. Why'd she go back upstairs? Is it like is it just like she doesn't want to see us, like, potentially not to have this not work, essentially? Or is she just like, hey, I genuinely need to go get Chummy? Or is like the immortality takes a while to go into effect? I don't think that's the case, because she's still like 23, right? So it doesn't take like a billion years before it starts working, right? Huh. Or maybe she just wanted to get caught in the explosion. I was like, see if I can die from this, man. I don't know. Somehow I managed to stand. I looked around the infirmary. I saw several used syringes scattered on the floor. The kid was slumped against Coco's pod. He looked disturbingly bad, just completely out of it. Tsugumi was nowhere to be seen. I wondered where she'd gone to. Yu was half slumped over the terminal console, snoring away. She looked like she was in some pain and was perspiring in her sleep. We didn't give Coco the medicine, though. We didn't give her to her because she's still in the pod. Her hand was pushed against the panel as if she had been in the middle of typing. On the monitor, auto-repeated strands of letters were lined up without meaning. What? Why? What the? I heard a strange sound. I reinserted the voice converter into my ear. It wasn't a problem with the converter. Come in! IPF-3, please respond. This is the emergency rescue team from the Maritime Defense Force. We are being directed by Insol Null. Was I actually hearing someone's voice over the speaker? Okay. So we're being rescued. But are we bringing the virus with us? I don't think so. Well, we might be actually. We might be actually, because it's so recent. We might be bringing the virus with us. That might be bad, right? That might be bad. Steins Gate, yeah, Steins Gate is a big one. And then cross-channel, but cross-channel should never be played on stream. Oh, man. All right. Steins Gate is a big one. Although I've heard things, I don't know how serious it is. I know for sure people have actually played Steins Gate, but I know like because Steins Gate is getting a reboot, right? The visual novel itself, it's getting a reboot, but they said, do not play this on stream. Do not play this on stream. I don't think that they are gonna like religiously hunt down everyone who does decide to play it, but also like I don't know if I want to make enemies. I don't know how much I want to make enemies, but it's always an interesting thing when visual novels still adhere to that sort of thing, you know, where it's like do not play this on stream, never play this on stream, essentially. Actually, wait, don't feel bad for Tsugumi. She has her immortal hamster. She's fine. She's fine. She'll be okay. I guess. If I was an immortal with my immortal child dog, I'd miss humanity, but I'd also be chilling real good, let's be real. What happened to Pee-Pee as well? I mean, I guess Pee-Pee is just still around. I guess she didn't take the dog with her. So. Chami, sorry, as part of the visually impaired game, I thought it was Johnny, the hamster. Johnny the hamster. I wish she had named the hamster Johnny instead. It would have been funny. I took it as she didn't know if it would actually work, so she left, so she didn't have to know if it would work or not. But at least she's not ready to know. Yeah, I think that could be part of it as well. I don't know what specifically it is, but yeah, she just didn't want to stay around. That's crazy. Okay. I've seen the Steins Gate anime. Is quite a good watch. I know a lot of people have talked about Steins Gate, so but I hurried over to the terminal and removed Yu's hands from it, taking over the control panel. Hello, this is the IBF infirmary. Over. IBF-3. I repeat, this is the Maritime Defense Force emergency rescue team calling from the control center at Insol Null. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Loud and clear. I was somehow able to force out an answer. Voices spilled out from the other end of the line. Hey, there are survivors down there. I can't believe it. That's amazing. That was what I wanted to say. It seemed like Yu had been able to restore communication lines right before she passed out. We're sending a rescue team immediately. Can you access the pool in IBF-3? Yeah, it should be fine. Do you know how many survivors are there and where they're located? In the examination room, there are 6. 6, I copy. 6. Coco, Kid, Yu. Coco, Kid, Yu, Takeshi. And that's it. There's 4. The dead man? And Tsugumi. I guess he didn't realize that Tsugumi went away, maybe, perhaps. That she went upstairs. And of course there's also Sora. There's also Sora. I guess that accounts for everybody. And of course, Sora phased in and out of existence, so hard to say what's going on there. But I guess that's everyone. That's why the little machine was blipping between like 5 to 7 different people. I guess that's why. 6, I copy. A rescue team is heading there in a private sector salvage vessel. When it arrives, I want you to follow its directions and get out of there. How long until they get here? They're going as fast as they can, but it will take about an hour. 1 hour. Coco would be able to get out of the pod by then. I just hope we had that long. Oh yeah, the facility is exploding. Yeah, that too. That too. Oh man. Yeah, Steins Gate is getting a reboots. Anime visual novel are widely considered to be the best in the mediums. Yeah, I do remember that. And I had it at one point. I had it on the PS Vita a very long time ago, and I played through some of it. I played through the very beginning of it. It's such a long time ago that I don't remember it at this point, but I do remember that. It's very highly regarded, so. I can't believe that ancient Sumerian poem ripped off a Korean manga. Maybe Pee-Pee? Coco? Oh, yeah, I guess the dog. And the dog too, yeah. Sure. The way that I just immediately forget about the dog. Yeah, the dog. And the dog is here too. However, if something goes wrong, there should be a small, deep exploration submarine left in the research facility. I hate to make you do this, but I want you to escape to that area. Something goes wrong. What do you mean? Lima's partition strengthen threshold is already being exceeded. If one section implodes, there is a risk that another area could collapse and start sinking. If that happens, we think there's a high possibility that heavy pieces could crash down on the research facility. You don't say. Of course, we're doing everything we can to get to you before that happens. We're heading there no matter what, so please hang on a little longer. They did say... Hold on. Yeah, it says IBF 3. So they are trying to save people down here. Even though, you know, there's a possibility we could be infected. I thought they would leave us here for sure. But no, they are trying to come back and get us somehow, some way. Click. The communications cut out suddenly. Hey, wait a second. I hit the call button repeatedly, but there was no answer. One moment here, hold on. Okay. Is it back? I hit the call button repeatedly, but there was no answer. There we go. All right, it's back. Damn it. We can't open communications from this side. I didn't have any other choice. I began reading through the manual on the side of the communication terminal. A mini-sub for deep-sea exploration. It's not going to be a yellow, like, submarine thing, right? That'd be silly, right? We wouldn't do that, right? Ha ha ha. Ha. Speaking of immortals, there's this, oh, that's what it is. There's a Korean manga a while back called Epic of Gilgamesh. I know that one was very good. Epic of Gilgamesh sounds vaguely familiar. It feels like I mean, I guess there's the Sumerian poem, but I feel like wasn't there an anime? Didn't they make an anime adaptation or something? That's what I feel like. 7 if you include Chami. Is the life reading? I guess the life readings is including Chami, and that's why it kind of blips in and out of existence. So that's solved. So why is, I guess the only thing that's not solved is why is Sara here sometimes and why is Coco here and not here sometimes? That's the answer to that. Yeah, I guess it would account for all life forms essentially. We haven't found it. We hadn't found it when we searched the place. Ah, here it is. Following the instructions, I used the control panel to call up information on the monitor. It's a small electric submersible. The submarine was in a separate sealed sector attached to IBF. The specifications said it was a neutral buoyancy miniature submarine for saturation diving. The important thing was that it could be brought over to the pool by remote control. If things get dangerous, I guess we want to board this. I quickly went about setting up the remote control program so that we could move the submarine at a moment's notice if we had to. Alright. Now all we have to do is get TSUGUMI and Sora over here. Sora? How is Sora gonna... I don't know. Sora. How are we gonna get Sora here? How are we gonna do that? I was overcome by unease. Boom! Uh-oh. Suddenly, a low metallic sound reverberated throughout the complex. The sound seemed to come from above. An alarm sounded from the terminal, and the screen changed. Warning, flooding has occurred in Limu. Limu. This is bad. That means Tsugumi and Sora. I ran out of the corridor. Hold on one moment again. Alright. Over here. They might have made an anime based on it. Yeah. I think you might be thinking of Fate Stay Night series, which has Gilgamesh as a major character. Oh, probably that, actually. Probably that. And is a historical landmark that way through the Fate series. Yep, Fate. Did you know that Fate invented all of these characters that, you know, had no... They were not important beforehand. Nope, definitely not. Definitely not. Definitely not. It's probably Fate then, yeah. Fate is certainly... I don't know if I've only ever seen somebody play through the... a little bit of the samurai game, the recent one. And it was okay. It was okay. I don't know if I have much interest in it, but I know that the anime... adaptations themselves look gorgeous sometimes, right? Especially Zero and then Stay Night. It was only slight, but the floor was trembling. I suddenly became dizzy again. Losing my balance, I crashed into a wall. It seemed I wasn't completely recovered yet. I didn't have any idea if the antibodies were working or not. Not a clue. I still gotta go. I have to go. I mustered all the strength I could and staggered towards the elevator. As soon as the door opened, I flew into the lift. The elevator headed up. Didn't Sora say you can never come back here ever again? And then she didn't elaborate on why? I'm guessing it had to do with the pressure thing and something that I'm not too privy to, but why did she say that? Tife 90 meter. Tife 80 meter. Tife 70 meter. There we go. Upward. The elevator stopped. Forcing open the door, I slipped into the pressurization chamber. The entrance had closed automatically. I pressed the intercom button repeatedly. Sora! Sora! Kuranari-san? What are you? Hey, it's been a while. I realized how much I missed that voice. Me too. Me too, I missed her. I waved to Sora as she appeared outside the window. Wait, what are you doing here? Well, it's obvious, isn't it? I came back. What's the damage? There's flooding in Zweiterstock. The warehouse area has been breached, and cracks are beginning to form in the elevator shaft. The situation is serious. There's over 15 centimeters of flooding in almost all the corridors. Where's Tsugumi? She's trapped in the infirmary. Ah, not again. Not again. It's the whale room, it's the infirmary. Y'all gotta get out of there. What about the door? The electronic lock has been released, but it won't open because of the water pressure. Yes. Kuranari, I'm going to start decompressing the chamber. How long will it take? I will complete it as soon as possible. I need to know how much time. If I hurry, 12 hours. 12 hours. 12 hours? We don't have that long. If we don't dissolve the nitrogen in your blood, you will get decompression sickness. I don't care. Open the door now. I can't do that. If we don't act fast, Tsugumi is dead. If we open the door now, due to the rapid decompression, the nitrogen in your bloodstream will form bubbles, causing blood clots. In the worst case, I don't care. You get that door open now. I can't. It's too... I found an emergency escape lever inside the chamber and pulled on it. I kicked the door. Kaboom! There was a horrible noise, as though all the air inside exploded. My body was thrown from the room, along with the high-pressure gas that had built up inside. Well, only one way to figure out if this worked or not is by doing this, essentially. Samurai Remnant. Yeah, I played that recently, actually. I thought it was surprisingly well written. That's good, at the very least. I saw the beginning of it, and to be fair, part of it is that I don't like samurai setting pieces very much. They're okay. I'm not saying it's... I will refuse to watch it if it's a samurai piece, but it's not my wow, I really love this sort of thing. So I think I just couldn't get into the initial story, if that makes sense. But I'm glad to know that you enjoyed it. I heard some good things about it. I wasn't sure if it was just Fate fans or if it was just like generally just people who played the game without knowing anything. That's yeah, this is a good series. This was good. You've seen somebody play play Fate. Oh, you mean the samurai one? Yeah, the samurai one, and not the other ones that may or may not, I don't know, something. the origins of like the Fate series may or may not be not safe for work. So I was tossed like a piece of confetti, sliding and rolling along the floor all the way to the control room. Does that also apply to Zero as well? Because Zero got an anime adaptation, right? And that was normal, right? Those eventually got patched. I don't know what the first Fate game was. I don't remember. I don't know. I don't know these things. So my body crashed heavily against the wall. Pain racked my body, and it wasn't because I had smacked into a wall. Although I kept spewing out breath, it felt like air kept bumbling in my lungs. A terrible exhaustion. Oh god, that's gotta suck. That's gotta be awful. My whole body felt strung out. My eyes felt swollen and painful. The muscles in my limbs began to jerk and spasm. Numbness, pain, headache. I felt like I had no room to move. According to astronomers, humans could live a short period of time if they were thrown out of a spaceship into space. But fish brought quickly up from the sea depths into sea level died instantly because the pressure difference caused their organs to burst. Oh, well, that's something I didn't know. That's something that I didn't know, the fish part. Terrifying things. Great things to learn here. So, was I an astronaut or... Kurenari-san, your voice converters. I felt a splitting pain deep in both ears. Repelled by my eardrums, the voice converters flew out of my ears. I hurriedly held both ears with the palm of my hands and knocked them, as if trying to drain water from them. I couldn't hear what Sora was screaming. All I could do was lie on the floor trying to suck in air, like a fish that had been pulled out of water. A few minutes passed. The earphones that I had been wearing had broken in half. I got up weakly. I can't hear her anymore, no. Aw. We came up here and we can't even hear her, so... As far as I know, Zero was an anime original. Oh, okay, I see. I think it's generally good as a Fate fan, although I think you get much more out of it as a Fate fan, which makes sense for a lot of reasons, I guess. That would make sense, yeah. But like generally, as a one-off, people could start with that, or like could play that and just be satisfied. It'd just be better if if you knew different things like beforehand. That makes sense. So it was marketed with let me try it again. Fate Grand Order gacha game players in mind. Yeah, I know the gacha game. The gacha game is really popular. really popular. I do know that. So the original games were just Fate Stay Night. Any games that came after that were safe for work. Okay. So it's just the original Fate Stay Night. I see. I saw some extra voice converters on the edge of the console. I crammed them in forcefully into my ears. Okay, yay, we can't still hear her. Yay! Kurenari-san, are you okay? Tears were welling up in her eyes. Sora looked at me with a pained expression. How are you able to do that? Okay, I'm still alive. At least my eardrums hadn't burst. I left Himmel and started heading up. I checked the screen on my PDA. It showed a map of Limu and a blinking dot that showed me where Tsugumi was. From the console at Himmel, I had installed a program to link data from Limu's sensors at my PDA. Sora had prepared it for me. Don't you stop me, you hear? No matter what you say, I'm going. Alright, Kurenari-san. It seems like you've made up your mind. I'll stay here in Himmel to keep track of the situation at Limu and send updates to your PDA. Also, how do we bring you with us? Like, are you like a little chip? Can I get the chip on the way? Can I do that? I just want you to, like, you're like our little buddy. Hopefully you can stay in, like, my phone or something. I don't know. I'll do what I can to stop the partitions from failing. To see that this place stays together even a little while longer. So, promise me that you'll come back here with Komachi-san. Yeah, it's a promise. Running up the stairs, I looked down at my PDA again. Okay, the life sign in the infirmary wasn't moving. I mean, even if she drowns, I guess she's just gonna come back to life and then drown again. So again, endless hell. We should still get her out of there, but she's not in imminent danger, I guess, in the same way that we might be. Or sorry, that we would have been had Sara drowned, for example. The map showed that the surrounding corridors were flooded and that there was no way to access the area. But I knew what I had to do. The area I wanted to go was filled with water, but because the watertight doors had shut from all sides of the floor, the water had stopped flowing. In that case, I thought I could make it. Oh, this is the training arc? Us jumping into the water to save Chami? It was all for this. Okay. I went to the emergency corridor leading under the infirmary and dove in. How many times had I gone back and forth down that corridor? My PDA backlight shined a weak light in the area before me. Even then, I wondered how many more meters it was, but my body remembered. Even if I closed my eyes, I knew I could make it there. Turning off the light, I propelled myself forward through the darkness. I wouldn't let the darkness overtake me anymore. It wasn't something that I would run away from or be afraid of. I would take the darkness inside of me and make it my own. That's why I wasn't afraid. There was nothing to be afraid of. Splash. Entering the room from the hole in the elevator shaft, I quickly climbed into the infirmary. "Tsugumi! Tsugumi!" She was in the corner of the room, hugging her knees to herself. At her feet was the slightly wet, furry figure of Chami, and Chami's here too. "Takeshi! Why? Why?" Tsugumi looked at me with wide-open eyes. Knowing what he does about Tsugumi, he should know that she's not in any danger. I think he knows that as well, but also, like, not gonna stop him from being the person that he is, essentially. So, she's in a bottle with holes on the holes on the cover. That is true. She's like, it's like a little pirate ship, and like there's a cork, and then we're just trying to get like around it essentially to get to her. I keep fantasizing about a mortal life with my dog. It's so nice that I don't have to watch this little dipshit for him eating garlic or chocolate or grapes or random shit off the ground. Yeah, honestly, if dogs could live forever, because they're wonderful and perfect. It is kind of like, I can see how well, you know, actually, particularly in the dog's case, for example, where it's like the smallest thing can just be like, well, it shouldn't have done that. Shouldn't have done that. Oh well, and now it being a danger is terrifying, scary, scary. So I get that. What are you so worked up about, Tsugumi? I came to pick you up. I came back for you. Well, I guess I'm a bit late, but I scratched my nose. You idiots! What are you doing here? Do you want to die? One after another, large tears started falling from her eyes. Listen, I was laughing as I spoke. I came back for something I forgot. Yeah, that's it. You forgot. Picking up Chami in both hands, she stood up slowly. Yeah, left it in here, silly me. My irreplaceable, more important to me than anything else, friend. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. I thought he was gonna make it up. Like, well, I had a pendant, oh well. Anyway, let's go. How did you get here? She looked at me as though she couldn't still believe I was actually there. Well, I'm a good swimmer. Actually, I swam down and back in a 25-meter pool once. I kicked off the wall coming back, but still. I waved my hands to dismiss it. Wait, I think I just beat my record. Hey, do you remember the furthest I've ever swum underwater? 51 meters. She answered, her expression beginning to break down. Yeah! You think I'd die in a place like this? I mean, I still haven't gotten enough abuse from you yet. I want to hear what you've got to say once we get out of here. What? Did I read this? From here on out. There we go. Sorry. So, I came for you, Tsugumi. Takeshi! We ran to one another. Reaching out our hands, we came together. I gently wiped away the teardrops around my mouth with my lips. I gently fading a little bit. I gently wiped away the teardrops around her mouth with my lips. There we go. In the center of the infirmary, we held each other close, embracing firmly. Riding on both of our hands, Chami snorted and looked at us. Can we get the hell out of here, guys? Come on. Come on, chop chop. All right,
Let's go back together.
Okay. Tsugumi softly held Chami and hid him inside the chest of her clothing. We had no time to lose. It was only a matter of time before the place collapsed in on itself. Better hope Sora can't see this. Better hope Sora can't see this. I guess she can see this, like, oh, true love, oh. Hopefully she wasn't, didn't have any feelings for me or whatever. We had to hurry. I knew that. But I wasn't in a rush. We would make it. It does feel like the type of game in which, like, the girls develop feelings for you. I mean, Sada's a little different. Sada's a little different, obviously. And I don't know, who's to say about the kid route? Like, both of the kid routes. But, It does seem like the type of game where it's like, it feels relatively well earned, where it's like they don't just immediately fall in love with you. You are actually spending some time with them. This is a decent amount of time spent with them. And not to say that this is, well, to me, it's decently romantic, but it is kind of like, there was some effort put in, I guess, so to speak. I'd never say quit. I'd never say it was too late. I knew it was going to be okay. Pulling Tsugumi's hand, I flew like the wind. Kunari-san, Komachi-san. I prepared the chamber for you. Get inside, quickly. I opened the sliding door and rushed to the other side of the glass. We went in the compression chamber for IVF. But what about Sora? What about Sora? Slouching back in the chair, Tsugumi struggled to catch her breath. I didn't think I would be able to move for a while. Sora! 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 Come on! Come on! You're not gonna join us? Okay. Sora! You're coming too! What's wrong? You can't come no matter what? The door to the room shut automatically. The compression started. Sora! Sora stood silently outside the chamber. Sora! I started to open the door. Once again, I reached out to the emergency lever on the other side of the door. But she stood there without moving. She wouldn't make it. Water was flooding into Himo's control room. Her image broke up and disappeared. A fog enveloped Sora, covering her over. She disappeared without a word. Psh, okay, well, an hour later, yay! The room on the other side of the compression chamber had already filled with water. The compression had finished. Tsumi and I transferred to the lift and went down to IVF. So yeah, that confirms it. So she did die during the kid route. She also did die there. Because we weren't necessarily sure, because Kid was like, I don't know what happened to her. Anyway. But yeah, she did die. Seemingly. Unless, again, her, like, mainframe is in another place. But seemingly, I think that's it for her. As soon as we entered the room, the lights came on. It's not a superficial romance that you might get from a usual visual novel. Yeah, exactly. It's there was effort put in here at the very least, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that. She didn't come. It took a long time, especially for Tsugumi to come around. So I appreciate that at the very least. It's quiet. Yeah, you're right. The flooding should have been fairly advanced in this area, in the area above us. Perhaps some of the sections had started to collapse. But the surface of the pool hardly even rippled, as if nothing was going on. I wondered how much longer the place would hold. What's wrong? The time. We're past the scheduled time. 11:03 p.m. What schedule? Actually, there's a rescue team on its way. Rescue? Yeah, they call themselves the Maritime Defense Force, I think. Yu was able to open up a communication line to Insel Null. I turned the handle on the door of the examination room. The lights came back on in the room. They aren't here. Nobody's here. Tsugumi searched the examination room. Where are they? Then she checked each of the capsule pods. I also did a quick search of the room. Coco's pod was open. But Coco didn't get injected, right? With the antibodies, right? So where are they? The manual for the control panel was opened to the same page. They used bottles of serum lay strewn on the floor. Yeah. You, the kid, Coco, that researcher, they're all gone. Where did they go? Tsugumi started to panic. Did the defense force, did they already show up and get everybody out of here? Because if so, well, I guess they just didn't want to stay around. It's like, we have to go now. No. Okay. Hey, hold on. I'm sure the rescue team found them. Just then, a voice I recognized came over the speaker. I hit the talk button. Tsugumi was next to me, staring at the monitor. This is Insel Null Control. Please respond. This is the examination room in IBF 3. Over. Thank goodness. That's where you were. A little while ago, we got a message from the dispatch team that they couldn't find you. You had us worried. I'm sorry. I was out for a bit. We were able to rescue the other 3 people in the examination room, and they're being cared for in the salvage vessel. Is everyone okay? We can't say for sure, but their conditions are serious. We're fighting against time. The submersible is going to the surface now, and we'll transfer them to the floating medical center. And, I don't believe it, but it's time for another break of the stream. This might be going on for a little bit. You're not on Sora's route, so you can't find that secret golem body to transfer over. It's the mainframe yet. Maybe not, maybe not. I was like hoping that was like, hey, we didn't even get to ask her, honestly. We didn't even get to say like, hey, do you have like a little chip that I can like bring you in or anything like that? No, she was just like, yeah, this is it. This is it for me. So, but yes, it's time for another break of the stream. Let me go over to Burb Stream. All right. If you are here, as always, stretch, get some water. If you definitely haven't stretched before, definitely stretch now. I will be right back in 3 minutes, and we'll probably finish the route in the next hour, I would say. So, see you then. Alrighty, we are back. We go over here and then go over here. Alrighty. You can just chuck her to a Labubu. Those are pretty sophisticated, right? What the fuck is a Labubu? What the fuck is a Labubu? POV, Takeshi and Sora talking to each other. I could just chuck you into a Labubu. That would be pretty sophisticated, right? What the fuck is a Labubu? Takeshi, what are you talking about? Oh man. Finished setting up my new computer. I think I have to install Windows 11 on it. Oh boo. I'm sorry. I was about to be like, congratulations. It's like, no, my condolences. My condolences. Yeah, I think I had to with this computer as well. They will force you. They are trying to force you to move up and upgrade. So but congrats on finishing the new PC. It only took like 4-5-ish hours. So that's pretty good. That's pretty good overall. Congrats. And also thank you for the welcome back. Okay. Okay, you take care of them. How many people are there with you? 2, including me. There's one person that didn't make it. Roger, we'll send the team back there as soon as we can. I mean, there's one person that didn't make it. It's the AI control system. I understand what you mean. You can just explain that to them after you get out of here. Be like, hey, there's an AI program here. It's like she was kind of our best friend or something like that. Can you anything to do there? But there is a possibility that the team won't be able to approach IBF if it starts to break up. I've got the exploration vessel standing by. I can call it here by remote control, right? Yeah. I'm sorry to have to ask you to use it, but there's nothing else we can do. We'll do the best we can. Whatever happens, you hang in there. Roger. The communications cut out. What's that supposed to mean? You weren't listening? It means all of this would be for nothing if everyone died while they were waiting for us. The rescue team decided to put a higher priority on getting you, the kid, and Coco to the hospital rather than waiting for us. Yeah, you're right. The color in Tsugumi's face slowly returned to normal as her sense of panic faded. Well, I might just take a nap until the next bus comes. Bus? If you think the bus is gonna be late, call a taxi for me, will you? Taxi? What are you talking about, Takeshi? If you push that button, a small submarine will come over here by remote control. Our very own private taxi should come here from another area of the IBF. Honestly, I wouldn't even be waiting for them. I would kind of just do that now. But I don't know. Maybe it's more complicated than they're letting it out to be, essentially. Most of the time was cable management. Yeah, that is truly. It's like exterior cable management and then like interior, just like interior as well, like putting things together. So that makes sense. That makes sense. Like it would take a large portion of time, essentially. Okay. Anyway, I'm just glad everyone's all right. Yes. The adrenaline that kept me going earlier suddenly ran out. I'm just so glad. Takeshi? My legs suddenly gave out. My head struck the hard surface on the floor, but before I could feel anything, I slipped into a deep sleep as Tsugumi held me in her tight embrace. Bro, you fell asleep? You fell asleep? That's crazy. I wouldn't. I don't think I could sleep until I'm like on the submarine. I don't, at least, I don't think I could sleep. I'd be panicking. A soft warmth surrounded me. Light. I felt that I had overcome an immense distance. Oh, well, he was in the, he did almost explode. He did almost explode. So there was that. So maybe he was just feeling a little sick from that, and that caught up to him a little bit. The end of darkness. A soft white light surrounded me. There was nothing else for me to look at. There was nothing below me. There was nothing to support me. But for some reason, I was at peace. I was floating steadfastly. I was swaying freely in the center. In the center of gently drifting water, I could hear something faintly. The first sound I had heard in my life. Yes, it was the sound of a heart beating. I remembered. I was surrounded by a gentle sound of a heart beating. There was no greater feeling of peace than what I felt then. How long would I be able to stay there? I didn't know. I knew that I would have to leave the place at some point. I would have to let go of that fragile bond soon. But I wasn't sad. If that time must come, darkness cleared again, and out of it would come a new world where I would have resolved to be reborn. Good morning. I was lying down in bed. Right next to me, Tsugumi stared at me. She was squatting next to the bed, her eyes level with mine. This is not like a level shot unless I'm looking to the side. I don't know. I don't know the perspective here. Okay, let me go ahead and get this as well. I can't remember, but this might be our first CG of Tsugumi for today. I was like, man, are we really not going to get another CG of her? All this of like Sora and Coco, and it's like, it's her route. I would love to have her in the thumbnail. We stared at each other eye to eye. What time is it? That was the first thing I could think to say. Well, Tsugumi took the PDA out of my pocket. The batteries are dead. She pressed the buttons, but nothing appeared on the screen. Ugh. You want me to go check the clock in the terminal? No, that's okay. Just stay here with me. Okay. There were tears in Tsugumi's eyes. How are you feeling? I built my computer once 5 years ago. Never again. Yeah. I'm not good at building anything, unfortunately. So like I don't wanna deal with it. I just don't. I think it would make me genuinely terrified. And like something would go wrong. I'm so bad at like building like tables or like anything like that. It's like something would go seriously wrong. So more like he passed out from sheer exhaustion. That makes sense. Yeah, but you're with your super immortal baddie, Tsundere boyfriend girlfriend of preference. That's a good excuse to relax. I guess so. If there's nothing we have to worry about because you know we're immortal now. Yeah, it's okay. One second here. All right, and back around and back over here. That's a dumb question. Just tell me, how are you feeling? Tsugumi held my hand softly. The feel of her soft skin seemed like it would pull me in. I don't feel so good. My body feels tired all over. But it could be worse, I guess. Okay. I tried opening and closing the hand that was free in front of my face. My movements were still sluggish. Your cut doesn't hurt. Cut? You fell over and I tried to stop you from falling, but I didn't get there in time. You split your forehead, Takashi. Ow! Ow! What the fuck? Okay. Tsugumi opened her glossy lips slightly and murmured. I could see the tip of her red tongue. Forehead split? Hey, you don't remember? I slowly looked around the room. The ceiling, sheets, the empty syringes on the floor. Okay, I remember. I touched my forehead lightly. That gash must have been split wide open. Ow! There were stitches there. Okay, so I didn't get your regenerative abilities. Oopsie daisy. Oopsie daisy. Or maybe I just... not as quickly at the very least. No big deal. Something like this ought to heal right up. But... I'm so sorry. Why are you apologizing? It isn't your fault, right? It isn't anyone's fault, so you don't have to worry about it. I patted Tsugumi on the head. I was alive. Even though I was banged up pretty good, I was alive. Besides, it wasn't a big deal. May 7th, Sunday. Yeah, the game ended on Saturday for Kid. If I'm remembering correctly, it ended on Saturday. This is the most Never 7 it's gotten. We are finally made to Sunday. Yay! Yay! I looked around the room once more. There was nobody else there. Just the two of us. And the silence. It was almost too quiet to believe. Where's the bus? Doesn't look like it's coming. How about a taxi? I've already sent for it. Communications? Since that one, we haven't had any. I could see the monitor. It was reported that the remote control guidance was working normally. It It would take about an hour for it to reach our pool. But it seemed that the submarine was making its way without any glitches. Ugh. I guess that leaves us with some time to relax until the taxi gets here. Wouldn't do us a bit of good getting worked up about it. Yeah. Even if I wanted to, my body wasn't doing what I wanted it to. It felt like I was running low on batteries. I build a new PC once every 3 years. This is like the 12th PC. Oh, you're an advanced expert then. You're an advanced expert at that point. It's like you know what to do. You know what to do then. Oh man, I couldn't imagine. But some people are like so into it. It's not something that again I know anything about, but it's like some people are really into it, and they love the customization aspect of it and being able to say, no, I want this and I want it this way and that and the other. Sometimes the troubleshooting can be like like it can be obviously but there's a sense of like creative, like creatively building essentially, so it's fun for people, and it's like I can get that. I can get that. The problem is I build everything wrong, so I can't get that. But it's like if I could build relatively correctly, it's like yeah. I was exhausted. I couldn't think straight. I had gone beyond the limits of my strength and spirit. Huh? I noticed something and brought my face closer to Tsugumi. What? Takeshi, I almost pressed myself against her and brought myself close to her face. What? Aw, she's blushy crushy. Alright. Alright. I'll get this one as well. Her cheeks, which had been puffed up from crying, started to turn slightly red. I'm hungry, I murmured, pulling my face close up. I feel like I could eat just about anything. But really? And guess what, Tsugumi? Huh? What? Tsugumi's face became redder and redder. There's just the most amazing smell coming from you. Huh? Her eyebrows arched as if she was annoyed. Hey, you're not hiding anything, are you? Food? I reached out for her chest. Stop it! She quickly covered herself with her arms. You're not going to eat Chami, are you? You can't. I won't let you. I knew he was thinking about Chami, but it's like, no, we can't eat the hamster. Takeshi, you watch the hamster die and come back to life, man. He's like, yeah, I could eat a hamster right about now. You know what? It's an immortal hamster, but I could eat a hamster right about now. It'd be fine. As if I would, stupid. Don't call me stupid, stupid. Her expression returned to normal. She undid a few of her buttons and let Chami out from her shirt. I'm sorry for keeping you in there the whole time, Chami. It's okay. You can go play now. Chami sniffed the air as he rode in the palm of Tsugumi's hand. He suddenly jumped off to the floor and ran to the corner of the room. Hopefully he doesn't leave the room and see the room with all the, dead researchers, which is just in the other room. It's like we're having such like a romantic scene and whatever. It's like, but I can't help but like remember the fact that in the room there are multiple dead researchers, just down the corridor. For me, that would be like priority, I guess. How does Homeboy afford the parts still? I bought everything at a Micro Center. It's a tech nerd pilgrimage site. Yeah, Micro Center also will build PCs for you as well. So if you really, don't know what you're doing, and it's like I can't deal with this, I can't do this, please build a PC for me. They will build that for you. So Chami sniffed the air. Okay, there we go. I had mine built by I can't remember now at this point. It was not Micro Center, but I considered it. It was just the nearest Micro Center at the time for me was way too far away. It was way too far away. It's like I can't do it. I watched the whole time. Takeshi. Tsugumi spoke to me as she redid her buttons. You were watching, weren't you? What? What do you mean, what? When I was... Did you want to see more? Ooh, okay. Well, more what? Forget it, you jerk. Okay, Takeshi just fumbled really hard there. Okay. Alright. Gong. A low vibrating shot came across the room. The bed shook slightly. It's okay. She looked up for a second, then quickly returned her gaze. Don't worry, alright? I'm a little worried, but Takeshi isn't, so... We're okay for now, I think.
Yeah, we'll be fine. I know it. I don't have any proof, but... I'm even starting to talk like you now. There must be something wrong with me. I sat up quickly, and I grabbed hard onto Tsugumi's hand. What is it? I know, Tsugumi. What? This is incredible! What are you talking about? Flustered, Tsugumi's cheeks changed color in her confusion. I've made a major discovery. I brought her hand close to me. Tsugumi's face was right next to mine. Alright, listen up. Okay. I know where that great smell is coming from. It is... you! What? What? Okay. Lack of brain cells here in the last hour of the game. Supposedly. Okay. Alright, fair enough. You smell reaches for chest. The Riz, absolute Riz. I'm not sure if that one would work. I'm not sure if that one would work. The idea that she like completely went over his head there for the moment. It's like, okay, well, Takashi, we'll get there eventually. We have plenty of time after we get out of here. After we get the hell out of here. So, and then he had no game at the end. Huh? What? You're what smells so great. Jeez, you smell good. What a sweet smell. Perfect. Just let me have one bite. But what are you doing? Stop it. Let go of me. Let go. You idiot. Cut it out. Smack. Ow! Hey, did you really have to smack me? I mean, you smacked her, so... Well, I'm just an injured man here. Well, act like one and lie there quietly. Jerk. What are you thinking? Biting onto my finger like that? That I could be immortal. That I could be immortal. My teeth had left an imprint on her finger. Thank you. I'm still hungry, but I feel a lot better. I couldn't keep sitting up, so I laid down on the bed again. I can't believe you did that. The tears had dried up just a bit ago were in Tsugumi's eyes again. I laughed at the situation. There wasn't much strength left in me, but I laughed anyway. I am a man of insatiable desires. I get hungry, I stuff my face. I get sleepy, I sleep like a bear. And give me a chance and I'll be thinking about hanky-panky. It's all I think about. I'm beyond salvation, right? Is this gonna be... Sorry, something about that just rang out to me. It's like, do you remember the theory that I had that was like, we're gonna be trapped down here forever? But no way. This like, the, the 3 main levels of Limu, like, they're gone. But Himmel is still destined to collapse, right? Like, it's still destined to collapse. So we're not gonna stay here. Yeah. So stupid. She tried to smile back at me. Her voice dried up and tears began to fall. Ah, that's such an idiot. Come on, laugh at a fool like me, will you? Yeah, you are an idiot. Tsugumi laughed. If you told me Takashi's behavior was what Courie and Never 7 you could convince me that this game is stupid stupid single-handedly. If he had the Courie syndrome, I mean, possibly. He, again, in Never 7, Courie syndrome was presented a little bit differently. If this was the actual Courie syndrome that they had talked about, all of this is fake. All of this isn't real. This is just a delusion in Takashi's mind because he's actually still in the infirmary drowning and coming back to life and drowning endlessly. That's what Courie syndrome is. So it's like, it's a little different from what they described, which is just like living eternally forever and ever and ever. Tsugumi laughed. You are the world's biggest idiot. I can't believe how stupid you are. And it never stops. How did you ever get to be so dumb? Aw. Yay. She was smiling. But the tears wouldn't stop falling. No reason, I guess. I'm just trying to live all out. Because I don't want to die. Really? That's it? The tears continued to fall. I think there were some things that I was taking too lightly. There are people who go on living even when they want to die. And people that die who want to keep on living. I have no idea that was how things were.
I guess I was pretty naive about the way the world works. Until coming to Limu, that is. You didn't learn about death before this point? I guess he's more so saying he didn't think about it, like, really too deeply. Because, again, we talked to Sora, and, you know, Sora's gone now. And then we've obviously talked to Tsugumi, and Tsugumi was, like, a different case, essentially. But then I met you. And the way that I thought about things changed. The world isn't always filled with good things. Yeah, she nodded. I calmly wiped away her tears. But I don't want you to think that living is something to be embarrassed about or something that you should hate. I think that as long as you're alive, it's okay to live. I think that there are good things waiting for you. Wait, not just that. That being alive is a good thing in of itself. In that way, my thinking still hasn't changed. Yeah. She nodded. We held each other's hands. I don't know how to say it, but I looked up toward the heavens I couldn't see. I didn't know if there was something above. Didn't know if it really mattered. Maybe all I had to do was accept what was there. The reason we keep on living, in other words. What does it mean to die? Does everything really end when we die? Until you can really stare reality in the face, I think you should wait. Put it on hold. It isn't time for me to die yet. I just can't die yet. You can't either, and neither can any of the rest of you. Any of the rest of you? Okay, he's talking to the player directly now. I was like, okay. If it wasn't obvious before, he's definitely talking to the player now. Anyone who plays this game. Until that time comes, all of us should live. Yeah. She nodded as if in deep understanding. Hey, Tsugumi. What? I looked deeply into her eyes. I was trying to see if there was light inside there. I wanted to get as close as I could and see. Hey, you're bleeding from your finger. You really bit her, actually. What the hell? Hold on. I didn't even see that. You really bit her. What the hell? Well, you bit me earlier, right? Is that so? Yes, that is so. I'm sorry. Tsugumi's face was close enough that we were almost touching noses. My partner is similar to Tsugumi, where she would also act like she's dating the dumbest person in the world. I think this sort of like dynamic can be cute sometimes. I think it's cute, so I was a genius, so I don't know what's up with that. Feel for homeboy, honestly, over here. I don't know if Takeshi is a genius. I don't know about that. He's definitely taking it just one step at a time, and just like, woo, well, let's see where it goes. So Tsugumi's face was close enough that we were almost touching noses. Closer, even closer still. Now what is it? You've got blood on your lips. Really? That's not my fault. Are you being serious? Blood? How are you... What? Yeah. You're lying. Maybe you're right. It was probably from when the building shook earlier. Okay. I was like, did you catch the virus? Like, this is the one virus that can best you? I was like, this is a really emotional scene and like a really intimate scene. And it's like, okay, you're just gonna ruin it with that now? Okay. Seemingly not, possibly. I'm getting all sorts of like bad memories of Never 7 and dealing with everything with Izumi. Okay. It was probably from when the building shook earlier. Looks painful. Well, if it hurts, it's your fault, Takeshi. You think so? Yeah. Maybe you're right. How are you going to make up for it? She pressed her lips tightly on mine. I could smell her scent. I could taste her blood. Taste her tears. Actually, I will definitely be immortal after this point. I will definitely be immortal after this point. Well, she bit down on my lower lip, and my blood started to flow. We were pressed together as tightly as we could be, embracing one another with everything we had. You didn't have to bite down my lip, but okay. You didn't have to bite down until it was bleeding, but okay. Our bodies came together, became one. I felt her breath. I felt her pulse. I felt the warmth of her body. A fragrant smell wafted from her neck. A musky smell. It made me slightly dizzy. It was sweet. Such a sweet smell. That's actually also the thing that Kid had said originally as well. Something about like in the very beginning when putting on the suit. Takeshi. Takeshi, get up. The taxi's here.
Okay. I jumped up out of the bed and stood up. I stretched my arms and loosened my shoulders. I felt pretty good. I took a deep breath as I fixed my clothes, rumbled during sleep. My mind was firing and my head felt clear. Chummy, come here. Aw, the way that she calls her for the hamster is cute. So, come on, we've got to get going now. Tsugumi scooped up Chummy, who had been running around the floor, and held him to her chest. Huh? Bending over, Tsugumi let out a cry of alarm. What's wrong, Tsugumi?
Takeshi, under the bed.
Under the bed? Mine? She nodded. I looked under the bed that I'd been sleeping on. Something was lying there. I reached up and pulled whatever it was closer to me. Huh? Pee-pee. It was Pee-pee. Hey, Pee-pee, what's going on? What are you doing here? Pee-pee didn't respond. No! No! No, 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 no! All the color had vanished from his eyes. He didn't move at all. Pee-pee was frozen, as if he was dead. I mean, still possibly robot dog. Maybe just take him out of here just in case. Maybe he just needs to recharge. Maybe he just needs to do that. I don't know. Something. There was something stuck fast in his mouth. I took it out gently. What the fuck? Where are you finding these things? What? It was a disc. A terabyte disc made of polycarbonate. I put the disc Pee-pee had been carrying into my pocket. Boom. With a roaring sound, the whole room suddenly shook violently and my body vibrated. Implosion, we're all gonna demon die. That's what it means. Hey, what did that announcement just say? Holding Pee-pee under my arm, I looked up at the ceiling. Tsugumi quickly got up. We've got 5 minutes until this place implodes. 5 minutes? Give me a break. Why did it have to tell us when there's only 5 minutes left? They left Pee-pee. Oh my god, he is a robot. He has to be a robot, man. Ain't no way. How one last thing for the road. Coughed up a CD. It was like, okay, well, now I can power down. There's no way. I don't believe it. My heart wouldn't be able to take it as well if it was like a real dog. This has to be a robot or something. The sprite makes her look so precious since it also has such a... It also has like a gatmoe too. That is true. That is true. Give me some more warning for crying out loud. I started mumbling complaints to myself. It was mostly for Shiro. Tsugumi let out a big sigh. Anyway, we've only got 5 minutes. Tsugumi shrugged her shoulders and exaggeratedly stared at me. But for some reason, she seemed to be smiling. You've got to accept reality. You could learn something from me, you know? Listen to yourself, Tsugumi. Telling jokes at a time like this is more my style, don't you think? Well, I guess you're right. But we should be fine if we got 5 minutes left, right? A smile floated to her lips, and Tsugumi held a hand out to me. Of course. I took her hand firmly. Implosion! We're gonna die! Come on, get out of here! Chop chop! The shaking and rumbling of IBF continued. I could hear the sound of water rushing in and striking against the watertight hatches somewhere. Ominous metallic sounds rang out from above, and I wouldn't have been surprised if the ceiling had suddenly ruptured. But still, we ran without stopping. We were running to get out of there. I held onto Tsugumi's hand the whole time. Her body moved fluidly as she ran. We were in sync with one another. We passed through the door that stood wide open at the end of the passage. On the top of the pool, which... There it is, the submarine. Is it yellow? it looks not so. On the top of the pool, which looked like it was threatening to overflow at any moment. Whoa, what is this ancient relic? I wonder what a compact disc is. It is nice, like kind of interesting looking at sci-fi stuff from the past and seeing like, this will certainly still be in use by the vast majority of people. Right? Right? Yeah. So, you mean to tell me that people in ancient times used to burn their discs? That's such a waste of material. That's such a waste of material. Oh my god, we are gonna get to that point though. Oh no. It looks yellowish white to me. A little bit of yellow on it. Mostly white, so maybe it gets a pass. Maybe it's not the exact same submarine.
I wonder how they fit into smartphones. Stop the pain. The pain. I'm just like crumbling into dust. No. Our mini sub was waiting for us. Ah, yes. At least something's going right. The taxi's even waiting for us. Well, of course. Tsugumi looked at me with a smug face and said, "It's a taxi." Interesting. How do we get the bad end for Tsugumi route if there is a bad end of Tsugumi route? And also, don't answer this. I'll look at the guide in a second. But also, what? What? This seems pretty okay to me. They aren't going to just leave us high-tipping customers here. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh no. What's wrong? I forgot my wallet. You idiot. Well, we'll put it on your tab. Okay. Yeah, in Lieblic's name. Well, of course. Remington implosion, get out! Stop flirting and get out of here, you two! 3 minutes on some implosion. We scrambled to the sub and jumped down the hatch. The controls were simple. Okay, that's good. Imagine if we had gotten in there and like, so do you know how to pilot this thing? No, do you? We closed the hatch at the top by pressing the button. The submarine slipped out from the pool and into the middle of the ocean. The ocean currents quickly pushed us out to the sea, away from the sinking Limu. Yes, Limu was, paradise was, our home for 7 days was warping and folding in on itself like some kind of crumpled old newspaper. It scattered as it collapsed like a child's wooden blocks that hadn't been stacked properly. Letting out its final breath of bubbles, it disappeared to the bottom of the deep blue sea. That's kind of like a nice, I don't know, thematic point, transition point, where it's like the happiness is fleeting. And again, like, Tsugumi wanted to die for so long, and so being like, happiness is fleeting, we are gonna get out of here, and so, you know, that's good. That's good, but, you know, things might get worse again, who's to say? We don't know about the future. But yes, paradise is dead. Paradise is dead, essentially. But we have each other, so. We were moving up. The small, fragile egg we floated in quietly toward the surface. What do we do from here? We also have another CG. What do we do from here? Tsugumi asked in a quiet voice. There's so much I want to do. I answered as I placed the motionless peepee onto the seat next to me. Why is the dog motionless? You're not going to ask questions about it? It's just like the way that... This is the same way that he was treating the man as well. It's like the man is dead, but also... I guess they took the man as... I don't know if they were talking about somebody else. But okay. Sure, fair enough. The dog is not dead, don't worry. But first, I'm thinking more about where to start. What about you, Tsugumi? What do you want to do? What, you didn't like the question? No, it's not that. Can I have a minute to think about this? Sure. Wham. What was that sound? I don't know. Beep, beep. The operating console made a funny sound. What's that noise? No clue. That is a happy ending. Hey, something just came up on the screen over there. The monitor behind Tsugumi started blinking. Is it Sora? Sora, come back to me, please, maybe. What does it say? You're closer than I am, so why don't you turn around and look at it yourself? No. I don't want to see it. I've got a bad feeling about this. Don't be so selfish. Neither of them want to look. It's like, are we gonna die? Are we gonna die? I think you hit the nail on the head. The bad end is that nobody knows how to dry the sub, and they're about to do an ocean gate just 25 years too early. It's like, I don't know what the bad end would be here. It's like, are we gonna get one more canonical choice, or is it just like, I don't know, this is just the Tsugumi ending or something? I'm not sure. It's Jaws. It's Jaws. Dear God, it's Jaws. Which one? Low battery? That's what it says. Oh, shit. The lights in the sub suddenly went out. Okay, we can swim the rest of the way, right? We're not gonna die. Can we swim the rest of the way? The monitor went dark. All the power went out. The electrical equipment went silent. Y'all don't charge things before you leave? I guess it was a remote control one. I thought it had to get here. Sure, okay. The only thing that was still working was the analog pressure gauge. Depth, 63 meters. Internal pressure, 12.5 meters. The submarine was set to saturation diving specifications. The pressure on the inside was higher than the pressure on the outside. Takeshi. It's okay, we're gonna be fine. Stop looking like you're gonna cry. Depth, 64 meters. We had lost upward momentum. The submarine began to sink very, very slowly. Residual air pressure, 0. Ballast tank unable to drain. Wonderful. We hitched a ride on a junker. You know, this cab always seems to stall in these country roads. Terribly sorry, esteemed passenger. Depth, 65 meters. I looked at the aft hatch. It had a 2-ply hatch. The inner side that was made of reinforced glass and FRP, while the outer side of the door was made from a high-strength steel. Hey, what do you think if we let out some of the high-pressure gas out of the hatch, we'd start rising again? No. I don't think we'll go straight up, or our momentum would be limited. Not to mention the fact that if we do that, we'll start flooding. Because we don't have any spare compressed air. And we don't have enough buoyancy in the main fuselage. Buoyancy. We've got to get rid of the ballast. Ballast? Depth, 66 meters. The valve used to release the ballast is usually electronically controlled. But now, we're... Alright, let's just stay calm. Judging by how fast we're sinking, we only need to go just a little bit lighter, right? If we can ride a few dozen kilometers, we should be fine. Why not try pulling out a few of those machines over there? That should make us lighter. You think it's gonna be easy? Well, they seem to be welded fairly well. Probably not easy to do barehanded. It's unfortunate, and unfortunately, we don't have the tools. So that's it, huh? Tsugumi bit her lip and looked down. See, if it were Kid, we would practice swimming. We would practice swimming beforehand so we wouldn't be in the situation. We could just swim this. It'll be fine. Especially with immortality powers, we'll be okay. Tsugumi bit her lip and looked down. Yeah, we're screwed. Depth, 6-7 meters. There we go. The game is sinking. We were sinking. Oh man, it was such a good scene too. And then, I don't know. Aw. I'm sad. I'm sad. Things were going so well. And now it's just like this pit in my stomach of like, why can't things have gone really, really good? This game, the tone of this route has been a lot more serious overall so far, so I guess it makes sense. Looks like we celebrated too soon. Doesn't it? Her shoulders shook from disappointment, and she laughed without conviction. So stupid. I'm so stupid. She audibly sucked in her breath. What are you doing, Takeshi? What? You can't tell by looking? I'm opening the hatch. That's why I'm asking you. What are you doing? Do you even need to ask? Depth, 68 meters. Stop it! What are you planning to do? Not the sad music again. Not the sad... Come on, please, ban Courie. Please. Delete Courie Cosmos channel. Listen, I'm trying. I just thought to myself, it's so interesting because the game goes from 7 to 6 to 5. It's like, are we actually gonna get a 6-7 here? We did. We did. I couldn't help myself. I apologize. I formally apologize to all viewers everywhere. All right, I'm sorry. Tsugumi grabs onto my arm. The brain rot has gotten really bad, unfortunately. It has gotten really bad. I had to call somebody, and in their number, they had 6-7 in the number, and I was just like, it's so over, man. It's so over. It's so terrible. Don't try to stop me. I threw off Tsugumi's arm and raised the glass hatch. It was large enough just for one person to go through. Are you gonna sacrifice yourself for the buoyancy's sake? Please, don't touch me. Don't touch me. No, I won't let you go. Tsugumi grabbed onto my arm firmly. The hatch was closing. I don't care if I die. I'm not letting go. Depth, 69 meters. Look at all the funny numbers. Look at all the funny numbers. These numbers are also coming up in 100 line. Slowly but steadily. We wouldn't stop sinking. You know, you really are selfish. I thought for a bit, and slowly opened my mouth. Hey, Tsugumi. Do you know what the Archimedes principle is? The game has told me like 3 times at this point. I've already forgotten. I've already forgotten. It's something with the buoyancy or something. Huh? For a moment, Tsugumi's grip relaxed. In a brief instant, I tore myself forcefully away from her grasp. I quickly opened the glass hatch and slipped into the back of the airlock. After I jumped inside, it was surprisingly easy to close the hatch from within. Once the hatch was closed, I shut the latch right away. Depth, 70 meters. Tsugumi was stunned. Alright, well, happy endings here as we know. Just great. Awesome. Tsugumi was stunned. Her eyes were open as wide as they would go, and she stared at me from the other side of the glass. Takeshi! Takeshi! What are you doing? Open it up! Get out of there! Tsugumi wildly pounded on the reinforced glass with her fist. She tried as hard as she could to pull up the lever, but was unable to. Tsugumi, what are you saying? The glass is pretty thick, you know. I really can't hear you very well. You stupid idiots! Open it up this instant! What are you thinking? Tears started to fall from Tsugumi's wide-opened eyes. Drops fell in a constant stream. Her tears and her fist pounded against the glass. The glass creaked as she hit it. Depth, 71 meters. Hey, wait a second, didn't you... I thought you knew about the Archimedes principle. I mean, you were the one who taught me about it. I guess you'd know that. Sorry. Happiest. Just the happiest one. Oh, what was that? I couldn't hear you because you're banned. Oh, man. Did you really think Tsugumi would have the happy ending in her route, being Tsugumi is suffering? Man, I thought for sure. But Takeshi may or may not be invincible. Possibly. I mean, he did have the gash on his head, so the gash kind of implies that, like, hey, he's not regenerating the same as Tsugumi. Well, this sucks. Positive, not like wow, I hate this game now. But, you know, ow, ow, wow. Okay, cool. This isn't funny. Stop joking. This isn't about that. You fool, Takeshi, you idiot! Tsugumi sobbed as she screamed. Yeah, I'm an idiot. The biggest one there is. You didn't know that, Tsugumi? Depth 72 meters. No matter how hard she pounded on the glass, it didn't break. The hatch wouldn't open, and it wouldn't break either. It looked fairly sturdy. It made me feel good to know that it would hold. Well, anyway, we gotta make sure this little egg stays afloat. I put one hand behind me on the other hatch. As if I could open it up, she'd be safe. I slowly turned the handle. Takeshi! Tsugumi stopped hitting the glass. No. Do you really want to die? Don't worry. I didn't look away when I spoke to her and said firmly, I may be stupid, but I'm not that stupid. Depth 73 meters. I keep turning the handle with my other hand. Just a little more. Please. Please don't leave me. Don't leave me all by myself. There you go, always worrying. I forced a smile. I keep telling you it's gonna be okay, right? Yes. You want to live, don't you? Yes. So live. As long as you're alive, live. Don't worry. I'm not gonna die. 74 meters. The hatch on the light. The hatch at the bottom of the submarine opened. The air, which had been compressed in the airlock, was jettisoned into the ocean. My body shot out like a bullet into the water. I could no longer hear her voice. In the middle of the ocean, Her voice wouldn't carry to me. This is seem like I kept remembering while trying to recall the route. Earlier you were questioning about the good and bad ending. I was like, yeah, this is kind of happier than I remember, and here we are. I do love this ending though. Yeah, it is certainly something. It is certainly something. In the middle of the ocean, her voice wouldn't carry to me. On the other side of the glass, I couldn't make out her blurry outline. Tsugumi's face was covered with tears, broken with sadness. Her image refracted through the water. 75 meters. I grabbed onto a rail on the outside of the submarine and steadied myself. I closed the outside hatch. I couldn't see her anymore. She wouldn't be able to see me again. 76 meters. I let go of my last source of support and kicked the sub. Released from its support, my body went flying. Is there any possibility you're immortal? Maybe? Perhaps? Into the jet-black ocean filled with sparkling fragments of light. 77 meters. My consciousness was floating, but my will steadfastly clung to my body. It was still there. Even if it was threatening to turn to dust. Even if it was threatening to be torn apart. Live as long as you were alive. That was what I wanted. Maybe it was just stubbornness. I was sinking to the bottom of the ocean. My field of vision filled with white bubbles, heading towards the heavens. I closed my eyes slowly. That was when I realized for the first time that I was there. I'm here. I am here. I am here. My body dissolved into the ocean, mixing with it, becoming one with it. Oh, we're back here again. I mean, this place is dead. Soda's dead. Soda's dead. Back to my low quality JPEGs. Look at them. They're so wonderful. They're so awesome. This room is probably no longer around. Remaining life. Is it really still gonna say remaining life figures 1? Because that's not possible, right? Because that's literally not possible, right? Sorry, I'm kind of dead inside. What is it gonna say? What the fuck? Who is down here? Show yourself. Life readings 1. Is it just Soda? I don't think it's Soda. I think Soda's gone, man. Life reading 1. Are we trying to say that he survived through it? Yay! And that was remember shit, what was this game called? Tsumi was Yu Asakawa. Yay! Yobise, Harakana, Tanaka, Noriko, Shimoya, and Soda was Hiroko, Kasahara, and Sada. Who the fuck is this? Kana Ueda, and Koko is voiced by this person, and Takeshi Kuranari is voiced by Shoichiro Hoshi, and who's to say? And here are some of our sub characters. Yay! There he is. The guy of all time. Ow. Ow. Okay, cool. Remember 6-7. Oh yeah, that was the name of the game. Yeah, this was awesome. Remember 6-7 is awesome. Remember 69. And that's just the Ever 17 girls route. Yeah, this is just one route. That's crazy. Okay. We skipped. I didn't even realize we skipped 69 meters. Apparently. Oh, we did. No, we did. I don't even remember what just happened. Yay. I have to. What do I have to do? Oh, look at that. She's crying. Remember when she did that? That's so silly. Oh man. Okay. Well. That was certainly something. Remember when she killed Chami? Remember when she did that? Okay, hold on. It's coming back around. It's coming back around to me. Remember when she did that? That sucks. What the hell? Okay. I gotta like get together my final thoughts, and ads are also about to start. Let Let me wait for this to end. And then get my final thoughts together, and I guess I'll pause ads, and then we'll just do that, and I think that'll be probably the end of the stream. Just in case. We're gonna probably be skipping over things when we get to the next route, which is likely the U route. If I'm being quite honest, it's probably gonna be the U route. Yay! Did the virus get to the outside worlds? I guess maybe we'll learn about that later, or maybe not. I don't know. The story is not over yet because only you are in the infinity loop. What the Shut up! What do you mean by that? Okay. What an infinity loop? What are you talking about? This is not the same game. We haven't been looping, have we? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know anymore. That was Ever 17, the Out of Infinity. Let me go, where's the thing? I want to put this over here. I might not be able to, I don't know. Because the thing about snoozing ads is... Oh, wait, hold on. I know how to do this. I should put this over here and then get this one up over here. There we go, okay. And hopefully I just do this in time. And that way I still have access to YouTube chat and then Twitch chat as well. Yay! That is Ever 17, the Out Infinity. Yay! Fuck, dude. All right. Yeah. It is. Cause like I played through all of Never 7, and I obviously just played through the Sada route as well, and like nothing in those games even comes. Nothing in those routes to me is relatively as close to how much I feel by the end of this, where it's like, man, well, this sucks. You know, this sucks, but in a positive way. It makes you feel. It is pretty well done for the most part. I think this is definitely my favorite route so far out of, I guess, combining Never 7 is my favorite route so far of this series that I've played, the Infinity series. There's one point in the middle where I thought it slightly dragged. There was the scene where Takeshi was like, I'm gonna go save Chami because I'm a Chan. That's just what I do. And I was like, okay, whatever. It's slightly like around there and slightly afterwards where I was like, it's slightly dragging a little bit. And I would still say that's mostly true. Although the scene with Chami, I kind of take that back now because it's like I see why they did that. It all came back around in the end. So, but there were other scenes where it's like maybe it's slightly dragged on just a tad. Maybe like the picnic scene, like trying to get food and whatever. I don't know. Probably not, because like the trying to get food scene was us planning, and then we met up with Tsugumi, and it was just trying to show how awkward Takeshi is, because it's like, wow, that was a lot that we just talked about, and then that was kind of it. And maybe just a tad, but not too bad, not too bad. Again, the pacing in this game is pretty good overall, so I will say. Don't forget, now she gets to live with this forever. Yay. Yeah, that is it as well. Man, no, you know what? Because they kissed, and some of the blood got into Takeshi's bloodstream. Therefore, Takeshi is still alive. He is still alive. Like literally, he has to be. I think that's the silver lining. It's like he's alive. He's out there somewhere. Who's to say if he's ever gonna, you know, escape from the bottom of the ocean, or if he's just gonna die and continually come back to life and then die again? That'd be worse. Actually, that'd be worse. I don't know. Is that a better thought? But he's probably alive, actually, now that I think about it. Silly Tsundere, you're not supposed to have crying emotions. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Yep. That's certainly more and more believing that this is I Have No Mouth but anime. It kind of is. It kind of is, to be honest. Man, that was rough. That was rough. It was really well done. I can't believe it. I didn't think I would feel like any sort of I didn't think I would really feel you know, for this game so much, but it's like, yeah, that kind of got to me at the end. It's like this sucks. It's like I can see how your life is suffering to me. It's like, yeah, this sucks. So You thought this visual novel was about being stuck underwater. Nah, world-ending virus and immortality virus and everything else. And it's like, what the hell? When did this come into play? Mishikoshi just loves viruses. He's just like, man, you can make 1 billion different plot points with this. So, oh man. What do you mean the route where you stalked the rich girl was very emotional? Don't remind me of Saki. No. Don't remind me of her. Oh my god. Not her. That room was so funny, man. It was so funny. Yeah, it was definitely I would be interested. I would have to do this off stream probably, because I can't say for sure, but I think that they did a good job overall. The fact that it landed and it affected me, it just says that the construction of this was really well done. And I think for most people, they say Tsugumi, right, is their favorite character, so I think it's working. You know, it works. Essentially whatever they were trying to do, it works. Let me go ahead and snooze ads here. Snooze for 5 minutes. There we go. It worked for a lot of people, so it is definitely, if it's something that works for a lot of people, I'd say that it's something in the story construction. And in that case, I'd be interested in seeing like what it was specifically. I think you just like, part of it is that you spend a lot of time with Tsugumi, and like she doesn't warm up to you immediately, and even then she doesn't warm up to you again. She doesn't really warm up to you until the very, very end. The very, very, very last possible moment is when she finally warms up to you. Man, I don't know. It sucks. It sucks. That scene also as well where Takeshi throws the vial down and he's like, why, like, I didn't even get to make a choice, why'd you do that? That was rough. That was more of like, I don't know, like Takeshi's, I don't know, sin, so to speak. It's like, I get it, I get why he did it, and I was like, I get it, but it's also like, man, she didn't get to make a choice, man. You just made the choice. You were just like, there's nothing else, I have to do this, because she's not gonna make the choice otherwise. So dang. But yeah, you can see the variety of reasons why other than Tsugumi's appeal, this is why it's a lot of people's favorite route. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I hope the other routes are as good. Because when you're comparing Tsugumi to Sara route, it does feel a little different. It does feel a little different in tone. So I hope the other routes are at least somewhat as good. They don't have to be as good as this, but at least somewhat as good. So I believe the kids call this copium. Listen, he's alive. He's alive down there. He can get back to her. I believe it. Please. I believe in it. Kiss of life. My enemy can't be this sad. She might be mine so far. Yeah. This is it's definitely the best route. So, even though as a character, again, I still think that Yu is probably my favorite character so far. She's just really fun. She's just really, really fun. But like route-wise, I'd say, I don't know. I think Tsugumi is like definitely up there, and probably will still be up there by the end of the game, if I had to guess. But like character-wise, on a character level, about like who I'd want to hang out with more, it's definitely you. It's definitely you. To be fair, though, in a single route, way better than the writing of Never 7. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Oh, man. But Never 7 was fun. I don't want to bash on Never 7 too much. I mean, it is, like, I definitely didn't, it definitely didn't live up to my expectations, but, like, I didn't have that high expectations for it, because I was like, I knew nobody talks about this game beforehand, so I was like, obviously nobody's played it, because of that, and I was like, but, it really was just, it was two things. It was it was the fact that the bad endings in that game were really, really repetitive, and then also the fact that Courie Syndrome ended up being like a lol psych. You thought that was real. Wow, that's so funny. That really was like, oh my god. Okay. And then the Izumi normal route, not the Cure route, but the normal route was really bad. It was really, really bad. I do remember that. So, but there is that. Time to play Oni-chan's route real quick as a palette cleanser. I think the Yu route, if I had to guess, is connected to Kid. Although let me go ahead and check just in case. Yu's route is good too. That's good. I don't want her to be like, because I know she borrows a lot of heavy elements like for example, her searching for her father and being like kind of haughty. Those are things that are borrowed from Alice in Zero Escape, and Alice sucks. Alice sucks. I mean, she's a great character, but she sucks. Fuck her. Fuck her. She's like awful. So like, I didn't want her to, I don't know, be someone that I would be disappointed in. So, you know, if that makes sense. Sorry for having a very strong reaction to Alice. She just does that to you, you know? You know? Let me go ahead, snooze this again as well, just in case. I still think the Courie disease has real superpowers. Any route that says otherwise is just gaslighting you. I think so too, but that also means that Never 7 is just a game that takes place in a delusional man's head. You don't even actually do anything in that game. That's all it means. If I'm understanding Courie correctly, which this game seems to have retconned it and have been like, nah. Here's what it actually is. So who's to say, really? Who's to say at this point? But yes, that was Ever 17. Let me go ahead and check the guide. I want to know. I want to genuinely know. Who is Kid connected to? You is connected to Kid. Okay, so we're going back to the Kid route next time. We're going back. Soda is the recommended next route, but I don't know. I feel like Soda is going to have at least a little bit of answers. At least a little bit of them. So, all right, we're going to do the U route next time. I can't wait, honestly, because she's great. She's great. Obviously, I feel bad for Soda as well. I'm always like, but where is Soda? Where is she? Why did she just dip? It's because I'm thinking about her. I was like, I feel really bad for her. That she's just like, yeah, nothing I can do here. I just gotta die. I just gotta die. Is the Soda route gonna be the inverse, where instead of Takeshi like sacrificing himself, essentially, it's gonna be Soda being like, I can't leave here. Like, there's nothing I can do. You just gotta go on without me, man. Because that would suck. That would suck. That would be really bad. We all have those characters that just irk us. Yeah, there are those characters, and Alice is like that on steroids. Like, she's really bad. You're avoiding it by using a guide, but that makes the message at the end make more sense if you make the choices blind, because everything feels like repetitive loops. Oh, okay. By using a guide, yeah. By using a guide, that's what it means by you're stuck in the infinity loop. Perhaps. Okay, I see. Did you say that Soda was next recommended, but we're gonna do Kid again, presumably for variety, not just questioning the decision, just for clarification? We're doing the U route next because I like you. That's the only reason. But it just so happens that Kid is the next protagonist that we're going to jump to for that route. So to answer your question, yes. But yeah, this was really good. I'm gonna try and not think about this too hard, and try not to have this depress me too much. I'll be able to give some clearer thoughts, maybe, hopefully, for next time. So, but yeah, that was the game. That was the game. Let me go over and see if there's anyone online to raid. If anyone is online now at this point. Da, da, da. Saruka's online. We haven't raided into Saruka for a billion years. A billion years, I don't think. So let's go ahead and say hello. Saruka's online. They're doing a collab stream, and I think they're playing Pal Worlds or something. Okay, fair enough. Let's go ahead and say hello. Say hello. Try. I'm going to try not to think about it. I'm going to attempt not to let this, be like, oh man, well that was painful. Let me go ahead. I forgot how to do the thing that must be done. That's not how you spell their name. Saruka Streams. Yeehaw. That's not. I was like, I didn't know how. I was like, it looks. It looks wrong. I was like, huh. I wonder why. There we go. Hold on. Let me try it again. It's not Reddit. / Reddit. Hold on. Yay. Yay. Professional streamer, everybody. All right. I cannot stream for 5 hours.
I cannot do that. My brain is like, nah, you don't know how to stream, man. Okay, let me go ahead and go over here. And then go to ending screen. Nailed it. Nailed it. First try, yeah. The tears the tears were blocking the keyboard. I was like, all right, we're gonna raid. Good job manifying the rest of the route though. Yeah, this was fun. Maybe I'll try and like rotate. I typically try and keep 100 line as a Saturday game, but maybe I'll try and rotate them just so that we have some, because I can't do these 5-hour streams in the week obviously, so it's like maybe I'll rotate so we can get more done. So like one week it's 100 line, 1 week it's ever 17, just so we can play some more like this. This was really fun. But thank you so much everybody for joining me on this journey. Certainly. Take care of yourself. Don't think too much about the emotional damage. Have a wonderful rest of your night, and I will be back tomorrow with the finale for Tomodachi Life. So bye bye everyone. Bye bye.